Hi, hello, and welcome back to Genshin Impact. With this beautiful picture here in the background, game really is quite beautiful, isn't it? It has this, on some level, kind of generic art style, like this generic anime style, and on another level, it's just really cool what kind of pictures you can, like, see, what kind of landscapes you can make out. It's quite beautiful. Anyways, I hope you're having a great evening, morning, day, wherever you are. It's a little bit of a bonus stream, I guess, this evening. I mean, I did say that I was coming back today. I was actually quite looking forward to playing more Genshin, to be completely honest, because it's a really cool game. I just enjoy playing it. There is actually a reason for why I'm here specifically. Let's go out of photo mode. The reason being that I want to grab a couple of upgrade materials because I slowly want to get towards ascending Jean to 5th level or to the 5th whatever. I mean, it enables her to get to level 80. I need 12 of these for, right? That's a lot. So, yeah, let's grab those.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all
I
working
remember
hard.
that this was slightly annoying because I can't actually use Jean for this. Well, the problem is I need somebody to heal. So if I kind of want to grab Ningguang because she's really good. Let me double check. What does the double earth do? Increases shield strength by 15. Characters protected by shield will have the following special characteristics. Maybe I could try double Geo. So let's see. Let's grab Noelle and Ningguang. I don't think I've ever done
Let's make haste.
this setup. Let's try that. Because yeah, the problem is that I can't do what's it called? I can't do animal because that obviously doesn't damage the animal thingy. Alright, let me double check. What was it that I wanted to do? Not this one. Oh, right. Let me see. Let's put in some buff food. So no, let's just use these, I guess. Hi there. Don't even fully remember how this goes. I think you... Good thing is also she can, like, hit from a distance, right?
Get the odds revealed.
Don't waste my time.
By royal decree. Out of the frying pan.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
She does actually deal a lot of damage. Especially with the double Geo setup. I think that's pretty cool. Especially since you can also hit everything from a distance, right? Ah, nah, for fuck's sake.
Boba, get them. Oz, reveal thyself. I must leave no.
Actually, being able to hit this thing from a distance feels like, honestly, one of the easiest sort of ways to deal with them. This doesn't hit though, right? No, it doesn't.
Don't waste my time.
Nice and spicy. By royal decree.
Kinda don't even really need Noelle for this, right? When does it do its... Now it does. Because I do still need to collect these. I think, right? Because it heals them. Or does it? Does it actually heal them? I think the only thing that they're kind of doing with that is the whole... Yeah, this one.
Blood repays blood.
Right.
Steady as stone.
You don't even really need to collect them, to be honest.
Oz, reveal thy...
Submit.
Yeah, honestly, just attacking this thing from a distance actually feels like the way easier choice, doesn't it?
Give up.
For fuck's sake. I just wish that it wasn't so annoying to do. Like, this is actually kind of boring, isn't it? I was just doing the tornado thing again. Let's just grab this. Can I, like, stop it from doing that? Yeah, kinda.
Booba, get them! Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Don't waste my time.
Yeah, honestly, just with this setup, I can just repeatedly attack it. I mean, obviously here at the end, I do have to do something. Because I think this is where it's healing, and I can't attack it anyways, right? So...
It's nothing. Hey. Bye.
Huh. Yeah, this way it's insanely easy. If you have somebody who deals out massive amounts of damage from, like, further away, this kind of becomes trivial. Alright, 3. That's good. That's the higher drop rate, right? That's really, really good, actually. Cool. Let me,
We may leave
change
at
back
any
to my
time.
main team. Actually, you know what? Can
Demon
I
expelling mantra is ready.
quick set up party 1? Party 1? Current name. Let's call this main or something. Main. Is there a way to, like, quickly... Is this safe now, or how does it go? Is there a way to actually quickly switch between these? Don't really think so. Ah, well, whatever. Also, since I do still have 21 resin, let's grab... I actually have quite a bit of money now, so maybe let's grab a couple experience... How many experience books do I have? Oh. That's actually not bad. Also, I need 6 of these, right? But I can actually craft a couple. Yeah. I might be able to craft more than enough for Jean to upgrade her. Wait, for fuck's sake. 990,000. Yeah, let's grab some more money, honestly. Oh, somebody trying to join my game. Why is the online part so laggy? That shouldn't be a thing, right? Yeah. Don't know. That's really weird though, right? Alright. Let's grab a bit more money. Where is it? Oh. That's not what I wanted to do.
By royal decree, eat this!
Right.
I swear by my sword!
From whence you came?
Out of the frying pan, wings of darkness! Come, stubborn...
That was a weird camera.
Oz, reveal thyself!
Oh, that was... What? How the hell did he die so quickly? Holy hell. Some of the elemental resonances are actually crazy good. Did I grab all the materials? I think they actually dropped even more than that. See, why is there no fishing spot here? I don't know, I feel like they kind of implemented fishing very half-heartedly, didn't they? Considering how long it's been a thing in game. I mean, maybe I just have to, like, collect more stuff or something? I'm really not too sure. Alright, that's actually all the Battle Pass dailies done. Yeah, I'm really not too sure about this. This is quite strange, honestly. Let's take a very quick trip back to Mondstadt, though, before I continue with Dragon's Spine, because I think... Well, I don't really have anything queued up, right? Oh, right. The frozen meat can be turned into raw meat. I completely forgot about that. I should do that, right? Since I need, like, the raw meat for dishes and whatnot. Let's do that. And then... Nothing else here for the time being. There was, like, something else that I wanted to do besides the dandelions. They still haven't respawned? What the hell? I feel like I've always collected these. Don't fully understand how they suddenly don't respawn. Very strange. Alright, in terms of supplies, I can actually get some new stuff. Don't completely remember how to actually craft bait, though. Is there like a special way to do that? Because you don't cook it, correct? Or do you? The fuck? How do I actually craft that? Do you have to cook those, or is there another way of crafting them? I honestly don't completely understand how this is supposed to work. I don't think that it's cooking, right? Oh, or is it? No, it's not at the alchemist table, right? Is it?
Haven't you heard?
Because crafting technically would be here, right? Craft. But this is alchemy. Or is it also... Oh. Interesting. Wait, so you can... The hell is that? how many of these do I still have? Don't know, let's just craft 50. I mean, that's more than enough, clearly. Also, what kind of achievement did I actually get earlier? Wait, where is it? Oh. Oh, 200 rewards. Cool. Huh. Alright. Now let's finally go back to Dragon's Spine. So I stopped earlier at something like this. Report back to Joel and give the gathered journals to Stevens. After searching through the snow, you found a total of 3 different journals at 3 different locations. The information contained within them seems to point to some sort of conspiracy. Perhaps Stevens will be able to shed some more light on the situation. Since I have 2 quests to turn in, let's do that first. Yeah, I actually found that journal on accident, though, so I'm not entirely sure how that was supposed to go, but whatever. If only someone could help me out. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to be talking to myself like that. About those journals, you found the rest of them. Amazing. Here, let me take a look. Wow. My goodness. Wait, if this detail is correct, what if they found out... Oh, sorry. I was lost in thought. Thank you. These investigation journals are of rather significant historical value. There is a serious dearth of detail on this topic in the existing literature, as all the available sources only make passing reference to some mysterious investigation team formed once by the aristocrats. These journals you found will help fill in some major gaps in the historical record. Now we finally have answers to the questions of why so little information on the investigation appears elsewhere, and why nothing of relevance beyond the initial departure of the teams recorded in the annals. Do we know what happened? I mean, clearly I don't remember what I actually did. Yes, well, although there are still a fair few minor details to straighten out, the overall picture is becoming very clear. Paimon doesn't get it. Oh god, that what voice was that? Paimon doesn't get it. I don't know what kind of voice they use for her. Well, all the evidence, or lack thereof, would suggest that not one member of the investigation returned to Mondstadt. But these journals suggest there is a chance that one of them, called Eberhard, may have managed to escape. Since there is no record of his return in Mondstadt, however, a million more a question is, where did he go? Many other details need corroborating too. But without a doubt, this doesn't detract from how valuable these are as historical sources. I am most grateful to you. Please, take this for your trouble. Any other books you find while out exploring the mountains, I'd be much obliged if you could bring them to me on your return. Eberhard, where did you go? Is that an NPC we know? Like, is that somebody who's, like, always been here or something? Honestly, I don't fully remember. All right. Wait, let's quickly do the other quest before I do the whole upgrade. So it feels like there should be another quest here, right? But where's Is he suggesting that we still need some more texts in order to continue his quest line, or how's that supposed to work? How did it go? Any news from Daddy? Let's see what we discovered. Daddy? No, that can't be. Daddy's a great adventurer. He'd get out of a small rough patch like this for sure. He said that he found a way down the mountain in his notes, didn't he? He must have made it down safely. That's gotta be it. Wouldn't he be here then, though? Exactly, he must have. He might even be resting right now. Or he might have set up a new campsite at the summit and is taking a break there right now. Whatever the case, I'm sure that once he's all rested up, Daddy will come here and look for me. I'll keep waiting for him here. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. Here, these are for you. Wait, this quest does not continue? Are you serious? I feel like these quests still haven't really reached their conclusion. That being said, maybe there's another trigger for them? Like maybe once I upgrade the tree thing again, maybe then they'll continue with something? Okay. I mean, 3 quests are still open here. The Great Mountain Survey 2? I have that quest still, right? That's the one where I still have to place that one beacon right at the summit. And in these 2, I'm not entirely sure what they are. So maybe those quests don't continue? Like, are they suggesting here that the boy actually did lose his father? I'm... honestly, that... Seems like a bit of a weird way of ending that quest line, but...
Add Astra at...
More resin! Nice! $50 will probably be a big milestone. Oh, right, there is an Ascension quest. I completely forgot that that's a thing. Well, still 11 levels to go. How much experience do I need now? 19,200. It's actually not that much, right? All things considered. But obviously it does take a while to get to 60. We use the Omni Ubiquity Net item to capture one wild animal. Since when do I have that? Alright. Oh, the Festering Fang I also have. So, am I missing a quest somewhere? I guess I am. Might not necessarily be from Dragonspine, or maybe it is. Maybe it is some sort of, like, last remaining quest or something. Alright, let's go back. I actually went here, right, and then I got distracted by the father. Alright, let's also use the food again. Oh, wait, I'm in this weird cave system. Yeah, I don't think it makes sense to be here, honestly.
Snow, remember, tend to your boots when we return.
Have I actually ever done this domain? Don't necessarily think that I have. Alright, so this is already activated. Not entirely sure how yours... What the hell is going on? I never had this problem of not being able to climb something, like, back in the day. Wait, where the hell is... Where's the quest completion point? Is it above me or below me? Because I am supposed to go to the summit, right? I'm just not entirely sure. The one thing that I really don't understand, though, is where the hell the remaining, where the remaining things are supposed to be, like the remaining tree... I don't know what they were called. Blood tree thingies? Collectibles? I mean, the summit would be up here, right? Oh, the snow actually looks pretty beautiful. That's a very cool texture, to be honest. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sometimes I do wish the game would give you unlimited stamina while not in combat or something. Because it doesn't really... So the thing is that Breath of the Wild had its stamina system sort of built around the idea that the more you progress throughout the game, right, and therefore also increase the amount of stamina you had, the more you actually were able to reach, right? So there were certain places that you just physically couldn't really reach without having progressed. Although, even that's not entirely true, because you could circumvent the whole stamina thing with having, like, potions and whatnot. But yeah, looking at Genshin does so much with its exploration, and just in general feels best when they allow you to actually do a bunch of things, right? So, sometimes being restricted with the stamina system seems like it doesn't fully sort of work with what they intended, I feel like. That should do it. It's so cold. Can we go now? Alright. Need to report back to her. I do very much wonder where the hell the rest of the tree parts are supposed to be. Did you put the beacon in place? Wonderful. Thank you. Now I can finally get a reliable measurement of the height of the mountain. Oh, and regarding compensation, I asked Cyrus to put something together. Ask him for it next time you're in the city. And since you'll see him before I do, could you also give him this letter for me? He promised to keep me in the loop about a second exploration team headed for the mountains, but I still haven't heard back about it. Once the rest of my beacons are fixed, I'll have to head back up and set them all up. There's a lot of things that still need surveying on that mountain. A letter to Cyrus. Alright. Oh, it's actually in the city. Was that where the whole quest chain with Dragonspine started? I don't fully remember, honestly. Because that's been a really long time since I started that. Hello, how may I help? Letter. Oh, it's from her. I'll wager she's asking about the next exploration team again. Don't know what I can do. It's rare to find a team that's willing to take on the mountain these days. It's just too dangerous up there. I write her a letter shortly to explain the situation. Thank you for making the trip to deliver this. Speaking of letters, she sent another not long ago asking me to prepare a reward for you. Here, please take it. One last thing. I can see that you are a hardy type, but nevertheless, I urge you to be careful in the mountains. Dragonspine. If ever the chance arose to lead a team of explorers there in person, I would surely take it. Okay. Sometimes the, I don't know, the end to these quests is, well, I wouldn't say weird, but certainly not necessarily what you would expect. Yeah, I don't think that I have any sort of ability to specifically look for these tree pieces, do I? I'm definitely... So this quest I still have. Equivalent exchange, I don't know. Unless that's a follow-up to the other one. Alright, let's take another look at the tree.
Snow.
So
Remember,
first of all, I don't think that I have, because the, let's see. This is just for wind currents, right? So there is definitely a way to craft. Oh, right. I'm also still looking for one of these boxes, right? 3-piece motif. Certain door may open. I don't know if there's a way to know where the last one would be, though. Oh, wait, I have 3 of these investigation journals. I should probably read those, huh? But yeah, in terms of the tree. 7, frost-bearing tree. Crimson agate. Alright. How the heck are there still like 35 of these left? That seems insane to me. I wonder if this Crimson Wish is actually a way to get more information on where the other ones are. Because that seems like a good sort of cutoff point, right? You need to get to level 8, but 9, 10, 11, 12 you'll be able to like ask the tree where its next part is or something. To hear its Crimson Wish, yeah, I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. It means that I still have to find a lot more of these, though. This is a sub-zero climate. Let's see, this is the... Wait, no, that's not the archive. I need to go here. Books. And then... I don't know why this is still laggy, honestly, but... Where the hell is the one I was just looking at? Or do I have to read that from the menu? Might be that these only have non-quest things in it. Read. Yeah. Alright. Ancient Investigation Journal Part 1. The weather remains inclement today. Although the snow and wind are beginning to subside, one is hard-pressed to keep their eyes open when faced with the occasional gusts that still whip up. Such conditions bring to mind an ancient verse, where wind and snow are likened by the poet to the lashes of a pale iron sword. But just as Master Landrick probably, once said, one must press on no matter the difficulties met along the way. We must return to Mondstadt bearing great achievements. Only then will I live up to Master Landrick's expectations and bring honor to my family's name. And only then will the arrogance of those who conspire to rebel be put to rest once and for all. Based on an inscription, we decided to abandon our original plans of exploring the cellar in the southwestern ruins in favor of going to a locked secret chamber. According to the inscription text deciphered by Master Eberhard, the chamber should contain impressive ancient frescoes along with weapons forged from star silver. If that's the case, this could easily be the most significant archaeological discovery in decades. That's what Master Ingbert said, at least. But somehow my heart still can't forget the companions we lost in the snowstorm just days before. I sincerely hope that Master Eberhard was right when he said that they were aristocratic children, rigorously trained from childhood, and perfectly capable of making their way back to camp on their own. We shall soon set off from South Base Camp to delve further into the inner reaches of the ruins. This time it is imperative that we closely examine the stability of the ruins before we enter. Alright, so the cellar in the southwestern ruins. Where the hell would that be? Southwestern ruins. I mean, that is north, right? So... Wait, do they mean these? That's not really southwest, though. This would be southwest, right? Maybe? Let's take a look from here. The problem is I really don't remember what I already did, and I already have two of the things, right? Like two of these lockboxes. I mean, this like clearly already activated, so... But there isn't really a cellar here in that way. I mean, there is this one, right? Would this count as a cellar in the southwestern ruins? Kinda. I do remember that the first time I came here, I was really inspired by the drums in the background, right? In the background of the music. The music has these really ominous drums in the background, and that really creates a lot of energy. It's really, really well made. Or are you just supposed to find another, like, camp here? It's really, really difficult to say what they expect you to do with this. Like, it's really difficult to say sort of what they mean, right? So, I mean, in theory, that might count as a cellar, it might not. It's really difficult to say, honestly.
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Race it out of the frying pan into the fire.
Guess I must have already grabbed that at some point. I mean, this would definitely be counted as southwest, right? And there are like two ruins here that also very easily can count as some sort of cellar. I mean, there's also this, but this is more southern than southwest. I feel like... Let's quickly go back here and check out this path. I don't know if I've already been here. Clearly not.
Swift and merciful.
Your taste! By royal decree.
Submit for judgment.
We've only just begun.
Wind, hear me.
You can't run. Midnight Phantasmagoria. This capsule takes time.
Eula, get them! Go as flag!
One with my blade.
I slipped up.
Spirit blade. Let's...
Oz, reveal!
Alright. Easy.
Open sesame.
Ah, there's another one. Nice. Though I have absolutely no idea how to reach that. That's really high. I guess if you climb up here, you should be able to. Wait, where is it? Oh, hello. Well, the beacon is still here.
What a pleasant surprise.
I mean, some of them are quite well hidden, aren't they? Considering that I was already here and didn't realize that this was here as well. I mean, should I take another look at that? I'm really not quite sure if I've already checked out these ruins here. I might have. I mean, I definitely went down the beach. I just don't fully remember where I started checking it out. Where's the... Ah, there it is, I see it. Yeah, I don't know, the place they're talking about is certainly... And this works? I feel like I might not make it. Yeah, it does work, actually.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Wait, when purging? I thought for a second he said purchasing. I mean, there's definitely something going on here that I think I still haven't looked at. I just have absolutely no idea whether this is supposed to be what I was looking for. So I might be able to clear this thing of water or something? Yeah, I was definitely already here. What the hell is going on? Why am I constantly stuck on things? Nothing up here though. Oh, I didn't want to run down. Huh. Are there plates to activate here? Oh, oopsie. That was part of my... Fortunately, one of the armrests on my chair is slightly broken. I don't think this is the cellar the journal was talking about, but clearly there is something here, so... Weirdly enough, it doesn't actually look as if there's anything to activate or something. Like, I don't see any sort of... Usually you'd have these, like, stone plates or something that allow you to activate something. I mean, that's where it came from, right? So... it wouldn't necessarily be over there. Do you think there's something on that island? Probably, right? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Can I switch characters while in the water? Of course I can't. Shit. I mean, that's way too far in general. Actually quite strange. Wait, I haven't been here either? Apparently not. That thing also contains another...
A touch of frost.
By royal at the frying pan.
Oh no, the other thing ran past me. Or after me, rather. What the...
From whence you came.
Oz revealed by... I swear by my sword.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Get them!
Submit for judgment.
No rest for the wicked.
Eat this!
Barbados, guide us.
Ooh, holy shit.
Nice and spicy.
Well, that didn't work though.
None of this will go to waste.
Okay, cool. I mean, that definitely gave me another one of the things that I'm looking for. How is there no frickin'... Okay. How is there no fire here? Oh, I also just saw that my food's been running out. Probably made this more annoying than it had to be. Yeah, I feel like I'm a little bit like searching in the dark for these things, honestly. Okay, first of all...
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
He didn't really care about his other people being slain.
Race you.
I mean, yeah, I can go down again, right? And take another look at that place. Those ruins. Yeah, I've already been over here. That was where I was looking for. Because I kind of landed right around here somewhere, right? Because that's where I grabbed some of these Animo things. That does make for quite mysterious ruins here, though. Because I really don't see any sort of buttons or anything here. Like, usually it's always somewhat obvious. Like, not necessarily obvious what you have to do or what the solution to the puzzle is, but it's somewhat obvious where you have to go. I think I was already up here, right? It's already there. Dealt with that. Maybe these symbols are just for flavor, but that seems unlikely, honestly. I mean, maybe you can come back here once you've dealt with the other, like with the, major... the entrance to that mysterious cave? Alright, let me read that book again. Read. South Base Camp. Shall soon set off from South Base Camp to delve further into the inner reaches of the ruins. Where the hell would that be? Cellar in the southwest. Did I already read the other ones? Due to the tragedy that befell us previously, I fear that my prior journal entries are now all but lost. It is most unfortunate that the investigation notes were lost, but the conditions here are truly dangerous. Alas, we were unable to budge those great doors. In the end, we returned empty-handed, with no sight of the fresco or the ancient weapons which Master Ingbert so greatly desired to see. Upon returning to South Base Camp, there was still no sign of the others who had gone missing in the snowstorm. Although the chance may be a slim one, we can only hope that they made it down the mountain and are now returning with help and more supplies. It certainly won't be long before our remaining supplies run out. As cruel as it may seem to say such a thing, the cave-in that occurred just before the round door of the secret room not only robbed us of Nick, but also all the food and fuels he was carrying. I had said that it is imperative we first check the structural integrity of these ruins. I clearly remember telling him that. Perhaps the streak of unfortunate incidents we've encountered in the past few days has caused me to turn bitter. Or perhaps this is simply the natural toll such desperate conditions take on people. The fact that Master Eberhard could maintain a level head even in the face of such adverse conditions only made him all the more admirable. Perhaps this is the true tenacity of a young aristocrat. Master Landrick's judgment seems to have been well-founded. Even as an illegitimate child, he is quite capable of living up to the role of an aristocrat, more so than most other aristocrats, in fact. When the storm eases a little, we will proceed to the cellar in the southwestern ruins as per Eberhard's proposal. Based on the content of what he deciphered, there may be something very ancient within. The sheer cold of this place has the peculiar and incomprehensible effect of preserving things the way they are. We must not let down the companions we lost, and more importantly, we must not let Master Landrick down. Otherwise, I will most likely be facing off against monsters in the gladiatorial arena before too long. Even if I beat the monsters, I would probably share the fate of Eberhard's slave and meet my demise at the sword of the red-haired Reaper of the Lawrence clan. Holy fuck, who are these people? Does the history of this place make the scenery look bleaker, or is the bleakness of the scenery here responsible for its grim history in the first place? Could it be that I'm only having these thoughts because of all that has happened during this investigation? Or perhaps I'm starting to lose my wits due to the blood loss and the sheer cold. Whatever the answer, one thing I'm fairly certain of is that this will be my last journal entry. In the end, Eberhard's plan failed. In fact, no. I rather think he succeeded. In hindsight, his actions are all too clear. I'm surprised none of us saw what he was doing. And now I think about it, I fear that the companions we have been separated from along the way will have already fallen victim to his treachery. The cave-in in front of the secret room with the round door was surely all a part of his plan. Only at the very end, when he led Master Ingbert and me into the cellar in the southwestern ruins and took out his polearm, did I finally understand. His talk of a lost civilization buried beneath the snow and a power descending from the heavens were just a means to an end. He knew Ingbert loved the idea of exploration and adventure, and used this to lure him to a deserted place where no one would be able to help him. When all is said and done, this all comes down to him being an illegitimate child. The polearm is an inelegant weapon, unbecoming of an aristocrat. I wonder if he secretly trained to use it for the sole purpose of killing his master here, clearing one more obstacle from his path towards dominion over the clan. Now I think about it, Master Parsifal's disobedience, love of chivalric play acting, and eventual departure must surely have been encouraged by him behind the scenes. The image of Ingbert being struck by his polearm is one I shall never be able to get out of my head. We all grew up together, but none of us saw beyond the kind and gentle facade to the monster he was inside. Landrick was already planning to bestow the clan name upon him after returning from the investigation anyway. Maybe if he'd known of his plans, things never would have turned out this way. Or perhaps he did already know of his plans, and that was precisely what prompted him to take this opportunity to move himself one step closer towards the front in the line of succession. I am sorry, Priscilla, for I will not make it back to Mondstadt. Whoever reads this, please warn Landrick. Eberhard is badly injured too, but there is still a chance he will make it back to Mondstadt. And if that happens, there will only be one more obstacle left for him on his road to revolt. Do we know these people, by the way? I feel like there might have been some sort of a connection there to people we already know. All right, and so these things are connected to the room as well, and they're connected to the paintings and whatnot they've apparently done there. I mean, this doesn't really tell us much. It tells us about a southern base camp and a southwestern cellar. And honestly, considering that there is a base camp here, or was it here? I think it was here, right? And the cellar is kind of here. I'm pretty sure that I've more or less already seen where they were. Which doesn't really answer the question of where the rest of the stuff could possibly be, right? I mean, regardless, the ruins here are still weird, aren't they? But I don't think you can dive, and it doesn't look like there's anything else here, to be honest. I was gonna say, how... What a weird and random place, isn't it?
Go as planned.
But I feel like if you would be capable of doing anything here, then it would surely have something to do with like buttons or something that you can press.
Unexpected?
I did not see this chest, however. I don't know about this. Don't know what's up with this island either. I mean, it seemed like there was something on it, but at the same time, I don't know if it's actually connected to Dragonspine. Somehow this is way closer to Liyue than I thought it would be. Give me a second. Alright, give me one more second. Turn on my lights. Alright. Yeah, as much as I like puzzles, especially when you, like, take some off time in between, it's quite difficult to get back into these. I really have no idea. So south, what were they talking about? Like they're southwestern cellar and south base camp. Isn't it sort of the other way around though? It's a southwestern base camp with a, well, I don't even know what cellar that we're talking about. I mean, either way, it's going to be difficult to decide where there could still be more of these beacon things. I don't know if I have more. And this is other stuff, right? I don't think that's connected to this quest. Treasure box with the decorative pattern at the bottom. The ornamentation seems to be part of the three-piece motif. Certain door may open. I thought that the young will grow strong and vital, but these cypresses are about to wither. Their voices won't be carried by the wind anymore. My expectations towards them, as well as the faith they have in me, will all fall through. Once again, I'll climb this peak looking for guidance. By the time I'm back down, my daughter will have finished the second painting. As long as the third one will be of thawing snow and ice, everything will be fine. I mean, it sadly doesn't really... I yearn for those frosty skies to send in flames and burn till there is no living soul in the world. I yearn for us to turn to dust, carried by the wind, so that we can find that outsider who abandoned the princess. I yearn for the black dragon from the princess's dreams to engulf the land in a cloud of scarlet poison. For I am the last one. There's no need to keep watch any longer. I've heard of people who are building a new nation without gods. Perhaps they'll have the power to stand against this world. I feel like that doesn't really have anything to do with this. Yeah. Sorry, but I'm honestly kind of at a loss here at what I could still do. Let's put this here. Maybe it can serve as a reminder of that I still have to do stuff here. That being said, I definitely want to find more of the tree stuff. I'm only really missing one more tablet though that you have to find and activate in order to get access to the door, right? I just find it weird that apparently nobody really gives you any hints as to where they might be. I mean, how are you supposed to find the last one? I don't even know where I found the other ones, right? So I don't even really have any sort of way of determining where I've potentially already looked. Also, in general, I feel like I've been to most places on this mountain already. I mean, there might still be stuff left somewhere, but it's really difficult to say where that would be. Let me return to the base camp one more time, and let's just see if we can discover something. Can you tell me? They don't really have any sort of particular information about these things, right? And there aren't actually that many more people here. might you be? I think he's just telling you how cold it is here. Well, I guess the only thing I can really do is sort of just randomly wander through the mountain and hope to discover... I think I need 3 still, right? Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Yeah. 3 more of the tree things.
None of this will go to waste.
Well, at least that was an achievement. Visitor on the icy mountain, 160 quests. I mean, those 2 do seem to be the last ones. I mean, well, maybe the one with the secret chamber is sort of... Well, secret? Don't actually know if the game has secret achievements that aren't shown to you at all.
Boba, get them!
One with my blood.
Shadow Raven, let night fall! I summon thee!
Wind, hear me.
Nice and spicy!
Thought they might spawn in a chest, but very clearly they did not. Huh, well... At least there is another chest here.
From whence you came.
So, I mean, yeah, there are definitely still places that I haven't been to yet. Which is actually a good thing to know, because that does mean that
Go as one! Wings of darkness!
I still have stuff to discover.
Nice and spicy!
Forth, my blade. Spirit blade. Attack!
Oz, reveal!
I swear by my sword.
Where the hell how did you land here? That's the one thing I really dislike about these treasure hoarders, is that they, like... Since they're only human, I guess, they're more often than not, like, really... Well, not that squishy, but just very easy to sort of kick through the world, right? So... Sometimes it's a little bit annoying in terms of trying to... Really? Didn't die from that?
I hope the others find some.
Well, he's dead.
Nice and spicy!
I hate that.
By royal decree.
What a pleasant surprise.
The one thing that I do slightly fear is that since level 8 seems to be the achievement for this, I kind of wonder whether or not the last 3 that I need are actually the last 3. Maybe the rest of the levels are done through something else. I don't know, but then again, the rest of the game gives you like much clearer directions on how to find the rest of the stuff, right? I mean, well, it didn't. I don't think it actually had that from the beginning, right? But
What trinkets lie veiled within this desolate plain?
Well, I also remember that I was already here. I mean, I definitely remember that I grabbed one of the red things. I mean, there's another challenge that I already completed. Oh no, that's not a challenge, it's a teleport point. So I did already find the connected things here. I do see another challenge over there, though. But, pretty sure I've already been there. Maybe? Nothing to warm? What's this then? One, two, three, 4, 5. 6, 7, and 8.
I hope the others.
Boba, get them!
Alright. That does work, however. I mean, let's maybe look or take another look at that cave.
Frozen. Crit, you'll get frostbite.
I actually, yeah, this is just the same cave from the other side. Definitely already been here. Yeah, this is also already activated. Don't know what the hell this is supposed to tell me, though. Like, what's the point of finding them? Or maybe I've already done that particular quest? Oh, man, this is really quite strange, honestly. The weirdest thing is that these 3 journals you can find, that it's so difficult to pinpoint what the hell they're even talking about, right? Because, like, what's the southwestern cellar supposed to be? And what's the southern base camp supposed to be? Because neither one really exists. I mean, there is this one thing here that's, I guess, slightly like a cellar, but this is the west side of the mountain, right? I mean, this could still feasibly count as southwest. I get that. But that's certainly not the base camp, though. And there isn't really a camp here, I don't think. Was I already back here? I'm pretty sure I was, right? It's just kind of strange to me that they seemingly don't really give you an option to find these red agate things with any sort of help. The biggest problem is that if I were to look up a map, for example, right, on like Google, it wouldn't actually help because I've already found, what, like 73 or something, or 77 of these agate things. So without knowing which ones I'm missing, like a map like that wouldn't really help me, right? there really no way of finding out more about this stuff? I mean, the weirdest part is that well, not even necessarily the weirdest part, but wait, was this always deactivated? What the hell? That's the symbol I'm still missing. That's the door I'm supposed to open? How the fuck are you supposed to just find these things? I mean, I suppose you just have to get lucky? Is there really no way of telling where they could be? Especially since I'm only missing like a couple of things, right? It just seems somewhat unreasonable to me. Oh, really? For fuck's sake, seriously? Oh, of course. Ugh. Sometimes I feel like the glider is also very unresponsive. But I mean, I know that I've already been here, right? That's the problem. Because obviously I've already been to the very peak of the mountain. How does that not work? Are you kidding me? Of course. What is happening? I mean, this whole summit is pretty cool in terms of its setup, isn't it? But they literally just climbed it again, right?
Remember,
So
tend to your boots when we return.
I'm pretty sure that I also already got the things that are like all the way at the top of the summit thing. But I've more or less already been everywhere, so how the hell are you supposed to do this without any sort of help? I've already been here too, right? So what would be the most likely places for me to potentially have missed one of the Agate things? Maybe let's just go to the summit one more time, just for the fun of it. Was it this way, actually? I don't think so, right? How is this not activated? How? I don't remember this being a problem. I mean, the map does show you where they are, right? If you get somewhat close to them. So it's not like it's super impossible to get to them. Have I already been over there? Maybe I should go there, huh? Thought I had already been there. Music's quite beautiful. Oh, for fuck's sake, my food ran out again. Why does it always open my characters even though I'm opening the inventory panel? That's the actual summit, right? Pretty sure that I was there already too, though.
Huh. Snow. Remember, tend to your boots when we return. Wind, hear me.
Just heal. This way of doing this. Yeah, this is the actual summit, right? Think that you were just supposed to climb it? Wait, can you? I mean, I do remember going up here, obviously, because I think there's like a big sequence and like cutscene and whatnot that activates this thing. Then I think, doesn't it also lead you to the like one of the agate things? I have absolutely no freaking clue where the hell I could go to next. Because, honestly, especially from up here, the whole region just honestly seems not that big, right? So it's not like you can, you know, miss stuff super easily. Well, this is kind of a conundrum, isn't it? This is pretty high, though. Didn't realize how high that was. The problem is that the way these things are shown on the map, I'm pretty sure is distance based, and it does account for height as well, I think. Ah, there's another one. Yeah. Pretty sure that it also accounts for height, which makes sense, obviously, but...
What a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. Sadly, you can't just fly sort of above everything and just find the things on the map, right? The blizzard has died down, which is lucky. Hopefully it's a good sign. Finally took Ingbert out. Wasn't able to deal with Luther under the circumstances, but with that wound it shouldn't be a problem. Next I'll head east to where the mountain meets the sea. If I can make it that far, I have a chance of survival. Okay. Absolutely no freaking idea what this is supposed to tell me. Let's light the fire though.
Into the fire.
I'm always freaking burning myself. Ooh. 2, oh, 12 this time. Ah! 5. Well, really not that difficult. Ooh, nice.
What a pleasant surprise.
Alright. So now I'm actually only missing 1. Pretty sure I was already here though. That challenge is already done, right? I do suppose flying all the way to the top again wasn't the worst idea. No chest anymore. Oh, this looks quite beautiful. Why are you counted as a boss enemy?
Eat this!
Submit for judgment. Attempt.
Odds revealed by... Barely a scratch!
Oh,
Everyone,
I hate that sometimes you're just not allowed to change characters that quickly.
Swift and merciful.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
For fuck's sake, what the hell?
Spirit blade. Attack.
See, now we're again in this weird realm of, oh, enemies suddenly deal super high damage, and I'm not really sure why.
A touch of frost.
Can you... That's not annoying at all when you... What the hell is happening?
Wings of darkness! Come, sever... Hey,
Is that because the thing, like, from further away is also... How? I pressed
Submit for judgment.
the evade button.
Barbados, guide us.
Thought I heard another one. No secret behind the waterfall? What exactly was the point of this? This base camp I have already found. So I don't think there's anything else here that I potentially missed. He's just chilling, but doesn't look like he's actually guarding anything. Man, I need freaking one more of these things. Okay, so where did I just find these two things? Somewhere like here, right? In this mountain range? There might be another one sort of in this general area. It's really, really hard to tell though. I don't want to fight the ice thing. I mean, well, yeah, I don't know. Going all the way up and flying back down, I mean, it did help, but I think it mostly helped because I was flying towards an area where I kind of knew that I potentially didn't really look at it that much compared to other ones. Well, this just leads back to this path here, right? It's definitely already been here. Man, this is difficult. Not difficult is kind of the wrong word for this. It's just like a needle in a haystack, right? It doesn't even really feel that difficult because, I mean, I'm only missing one piece, right? Without looking up anything. You find these things, but... Fuck. I really don't remember where another one could be. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I actually looked at most of this area, for example, because I remember kind of coming back down the mountain and then going this way. In all these sort of bigger open areas, just seems kind of unlikely that I overlooked something there, to be honest. I was on the coast earlier. I could take another look here. Not entirely sure if I had been there. Just try, honestly. If I can see how to get there.
Snow. Remember...
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! What a bountiful harvest!
These places really are strange from time to time because some of them, like this one, for example, right? Doesn't it just connect back to... Yeah, I definitely remember going here. I definitely found one of the, like, journal books here. Oh, there is another one. Perfect. Wait, this is literally almost next to the tree? What the fuck? How could I have overlooked that one? See, that's what I mean. Like, it's really, really difficult to actually come up with any sort of search pattern or something, because one thing that Genshin actually, like, does fairly well is hide things in plain sight. So you, like that chest over there, right? I'm pretty sure that I've used that path at least like 3 times, right? And I never looked for that chest. And apparently never looked over here either. I mean, I guess you couldn't see this, like from down where the tree is, but still. It seems very unlikely to me that I wouldn't have been able to... Also, this isn't really all that high. Wouldn't that have popped up on the map? I guess they might have like placed it just high enough so that it doesn't pop up on the map if you just use these paths down here. Well, anyways. Now I actually got it. Oh, Cherry Roses! I completely overlooked your... Oh, adventure rank. You were asking about the adventure rank. 49 actually. Don't know if you're still here. I'm so engrossed with looking at the old, looking at the whole map. Actually, maybe I need to make my chat bigger or something. Seem to be overlooking quite a bit lately. Sorry about that. As it receives offerings and grows, the frost-bearing tree will begin to thirst for more power. Through its roots, which stretch through a dragon spine, it can discover more crimson agates as they periodically gush forth from the ley lines. Alright, so it's exactly what I thought it would be. So you have to find, what, like 80 or something by yourself, and then the other ones will be shown for you. Or at least you can ask the tree to show them to you, right? Heed its desire and collect crimson agate throughout the snowy mountain and obtain the rich rewards of the frost-bearing tree. Cool. Nice. I can't believe that there's 4 more levels, though. I mean, you get the really, really cool glider for this, and... So you get a name card style. You can master the method to make a Frostbearer catalyst. Whatever that is. And a Crown of Insight. Well, now it just shows where they are? Alright. Interesting. Huh. Found more dragon tooth. Ah, I was hoping you'd swing by. Listen, before you go gathering all that dragon tooth... Oh, I see you've already finished. My profuse apologies, but I've hit a slight snack. No matter what I hit this thing with, I simply cannot take so much as a sliver off of it. It's almost as if it really were a dragon tooth. If so, then based on what I read, there are several rather specific methods to work with this material. One of them is to have the dragon's tooth absorb some sort of dragon-related vitality. Then use the dragon's tooth infused with dragon's vitality to work the other pieces of dragon tooth into shape. But how to go about infusing something with dragon vitality, I haven't the foggiest idea. Any thoughts, traveler? I see what I can do. Great. Here, you take this dragon tooth then, and I'll leave that whole side of things to you. If just the teeth cause this much hassle, whole dragons must be seriously complicated creatures. Well, I mean, they're dragons, right? Obtain vitalized dragon tooth. Alright, I did not expect to have to collect even more stuff, but okay. Let's see how these things work.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Are these just supposed to be sort of, well, not random, but are they supposed to be...
Spirit blade.
I guess these might spawn in the chest or something?
By royal decree. Go as one.
Wait, that just straight up gives you... Oh, hello, the Boar Princess. That just straight up gives you more of these Agatha things? Okay. Well, that's easier than I thought. I guess it only gives you a certain amount per day, maybe? Or per week? I wonder if I have to go up on the big bone structure. Nope. Maybe not. Well, it can't be too far away, right? By the way, what's the achievement that I just got? Like the entire The Boar Princess series. Oh. Huh. Ah, okay, so there is another one for raising it to level 12. I was going to say, that would have been strange if there wasn't an achievement. Okay, so, yeah, I didn't actually fully remember that. Apparently some achievements are only unlocked once you've completed the previous ones. Which makes sense, obviously. Wait, where the hell would this thing be, though? Can I do this? Feels like it wouldn't be too far away, right? I mean, it's not further that way. Oh, it's down here, isn't it? Yeah, I completely forgot that this existed. I don't even remember if there was something here that I did initially. Like,
Submit for judgment.
not entirely sure, because I do remember coming here. I just don't know. Maybe I just left without actually doing anything here?
A touch of frost.
Oz, reveal thyself. Go as one.
Like, what the hell is happening again? Like, I can't even properly see where the fuck the others are.
Wings of darkness. Come, sever.
Forth, my blade.
I slipped up.
Spirit blade.
Barbados, guide us.
Let's just heal.
I guess this is it. You need to hurry up.
Go as one. Nice and spicy.
Swift and merciful.
Why are enemies sometimes sort of awkwardly stuck on the mountain?
I swear by my sword.
Submit for judgment. Forth.
At the fry pan.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Go as one.
These things are always really, really annoying.
You're toast.
Because they usually don't really have anything against their, like, earth shield, right? Or, wait, is it an earth shield? No, it's a fire shield, isn't it?
Wait, hear me.
It's also slightly annoying that he's standing next to my quest objective.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Finally. So I guess a vitalize the strange tooth with energy from the heart. A strange glow emanates from this peculiar object. Strange glow indeed. What the fuck? The entire cave is red. The strange object seems to be reacting. The heart responded. Careful. Wait, there's some people coming. What? There are? Yikes, this isn't what Paimon meant by unexpected. So your plans also involve the heart. Why is this not voice acted, but the fucking... Like, the thing takes, like, 3 seconds to appear. I think I have to kill the water guy first, right? Because he usually has...
Submit for judgment, swift and merciful.
Out of the frying pan, by royal Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Alright. More? Really? Holy fuck.
No rest for the wicked.
Force my blade.
Boba, get them.
Spirit blade.
Wind, hear me.
Oh, for fuck's sake, stop standing on the freaking mountainside.
One with my blade.
How can that be so annoying? I hate how this keeps happening the entire time. At least they're kind of standing together.
Boba, get them. Shadow Raven, let night fall.
Barbados, guide us.
Submit for judgment, swift and...
Go as one. You're toast.
Okay, it's been dealt with. Of course, here they don't, like, they also get awkwardly, like, stuck on the mountainside as well. Are you freaking kidding me?
Phantasmagoria.
How many of these guys are coming here?
Summon the nice and spicy.
Of course, they also fall into the other side, right, instead of...
Go as one.
Barbados, guide us.
Submit for judgment.
This is bad. Midnight Phantasmagoria. This was well done.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Is he stuck again? Like, I don't even know what the heck they're doing. Oh, nice, I also don't see anything.
A touch of frost.
Nope, he's not dead actually, now he's dead. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is annoying. Don't know how they didn't account for that, to be honest.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Like, as much as I enjoy the gameplay, this is just
My blade.
really, really weird.
Barbados, guide us.
Go as one. Boba, get them.
This was well done.
Oz reveal.
Unfortunate fault.
Fucking hell, this was weird. Yeah, they need to look out to not make this... Like, if it's supposed to be a combat arena, they just can't implement these weird... Because the game definitely has issues when there's, like, terrain like this, right? That's kind of an incline, but kind of not. And that's... It just doesn't work all that well, unfortunately. I don't really remember that being that much of an issue, honestly. Interesting. Something looks a little different about this dragon tooth now, and it seems more ominous too. Let's get back and give it to Orban. sure. Let's give a random smith some sort of really, really dangerous dragon tooth artifact. Before I go back, though... What? I opened the map. How the hell do I even get up there? So let's eat one more goulash. Look, it's not even that high. Yeah, it's here somewhere. Oh, hello? There's another Sealy thing. How is that still here? Wait. Oh. I'm pretty sure that I was already here. Oh, where the hell did it go? Did it go up? Oh, there it is. Lump.
I hope the others find some.
Okay, so I'm kind of certain that a couple of these things, pretty sure that a couple of these things actually, like, only appear once you've done the whole, or once you've unlocked the whole thing.
Wind, hear me.
Wait, let me actually, can I let's destroy all the things?
One with my blood.
By royal decree.
Wait, is it only two?
Oz reveal. Go as planned.
From whence you came.
Barbados, guide us.
Boba, get them.
Yeah, it also says 2 of 5, so I'm pretty sure, like, you have to do that sort of one at a time. So you can do 5 at once, and then I guess you probably have to wait for another 5 at some point. Oh, whatever was down here. Definitely already discovered that. Alright, let's go to the quest first, though. What is it? My goodness, the luster and the texture. You actually managed it. You infused the tooth with dragon vitality. Wow, you're one extraordinary individual, my friend. This is great. I've already got someone to handle the star silver. Give me a moment or two, I will get this weapon made right away. Alright. Submit. 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 I wonder if you could do something else with the star silver, because it was specifically placed in the quest inventory, right? There! It's done! Here, hold that. How does it feel? How much do I owe you? Oh, don't worry about paying for it. The chance to work with these materials was a rare pleasure. No need to bring more into it. All right, I'd say this weapon is ready for an adventure, wouldn't you? I hope you'll take good care of it. Dragon Spear. Dragon Spine Spear. And I guess you can craft more of it if you desire. Oh, yeah, you kind of have to, don't you? Because, otherwise, how are you going to upgrade it, right? That's pretty cool, though. Huh. I mean, this is still rank 1, right? So you would have to craft more of these in order to upgrade it. I wonder how this looks, because weapons do change how they look like after what, like level 40, I think? So we would be interested in seeing that. Physical damage bonus, Frost Burial. Hitting an opponent with normal and charged attacks has a 60% chance of forming and dropping an Everfrost icicle above them, dealing AoE damage equal to 80% of attack. Opponents affected by Cryo are instead dealt damage equal to 200% of attack. Can only occur once every 10 seconds. A spear created from the fang of a dragon. It is oddly warm to the touch. So is there actually a character that uses a polearm and is also Cryo? Because I feel like I don't have one that would fit that specific description. Or do I? Wait, I think it's easier to... Well, first of all, let's check out the achievement. Can I, like, filter Cryo?
Huh?
Wait, what?
Ta-da! No! Oh, fine.
Confirm. Oh, okay. So Kaeya uses a sword, right? Chongyun uses a great sword. And Diona uses... a bow. Oh, weapon claymore. Okay, it says up top. Claymore, sword, and bow. Is it Kiki or Chi-Chi? Kiki, I think. Another sword. Ganyu is using a bow. Why are so many characters using bows? Rosaria is using a polearm. So it would fit her quite well, I think. Claymore, sword, polearm. So either Shenhe or Shenhe, or Rosaria. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. They're both actually really, really cool characters. I kind of regret not getting them. I mean, obviously I can at some point, right? But yeah, that would seem like kind of a good idea. Alright, so these two quests are related to the current event that's going on. So it seems I've completed... Well, in theory, I'm still missing one quest of the whole... what's it called? Theory, I'm still missing one quest of the whole Mondstadt region. Which I guess would be here, right? I mean, there is a good chance that it unlocks by completing the tree, right? So don't necessarily think that I would have overlooked it. Anyways, let's check out how this whole Crimson thing works. So I'm pretty sure this is like a...
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Either like a daily or a weekly thing, potentially.
You can't run. Well, in this quickly, Killjoy. We only just
Hear me.
Spirit Blade!
Boba, get them! By royal
A touch of frost.
Eat this!
Well, at least he's dying more quickly.
I guess this is it.
It's actually kind of weird. It straight up just gives you the Agatha things, right? Which is just sort of unexpected, I guess. Go here then. This way, right? Like, it only very briefly shows up in your, like, material log thing. It shows what kind of materials you get, right? Now I actually do wonder, though, whether or not I got the,
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
like, all of the other ones just by myself?
Nice and spicy.
Did I really do that?
One with my blood.
Or is it easier than I realized, maybe? I mean, it's not really all that difficult because, as I said, they're shown on the map, right? And I think they've kind of cleverly set up this whole mountain in a way where you sort of, like the way the paths and whatnot are designed, it kind of works out to where you can just basically look everywhere. It kind of makes sense to look. How can you put that? Like it's actually quite difficult to describe, but if you just check out all the different paths that are available to you on the mountain, you're kind of naturally just finding everything, I feel like. Which is really cool in how they've designed that. So if you look at the map, for example, right, and you then kind of look at where are the paths and where are like mountain sites and caverns and whatnot, then if you just follow sort of all the paths that are available to you, you're naturally just covering the entire area. So sort of the distance to these Agate things is just the right amount so that you can basically automatically discover all of them just by being on the mountain, right? And by checking out all the things that look interesting, either by looking at it on the world or while you were traversing the world, or by looking at on the map, right? It's a really, really interesting way of designing it. I wonder how much thought actually went into that. Because it feels like it's a lot of thought that went into it. Then again, at the same time, a good designer might be capable to just sort of kind of do that accidentally, quote unquote, right? So because they're so good, they just realize, oh yeah, sure, that's like how you need to do it, right? There's no other way that really makes sense. I feel like I have to go up there. Yeah, I was trying to switch the character before you started climbing, but it wouldn't let me. So let's see how this works then. Oh, there's a time trial challenge. That's also really, really crazy, right? You think, oh, surely I must have done almost anything there is. And then suddenly they just spawn in like new enemies and whatnot. Oh. That's a weird challenge. I guess the challenge being that you can't blow up yourself. Okay. Interesting. Alright, now what happens if I return to the tree? I wonder how often that's available. Because this sort of feels like the, I guess, quote-unquote reputation quest for this whole section, right? So, see, refreshes in 2 days, 8 hours. Cool. Refreshes every Monday and Friday. What a random... Instead of weekly, it's twice a week. Okay. I like that, though. That's pretty cool. So that means you need... well, I guess the reason they did that is probably because they wanted to have... Like, they didn't want you to have to do 10 things at a time, so they instead did 5, but twice a week, right? Which also amounts to 10, which means that you need 4 weeks in order to complete the whole thing. Makes sense, though. It's a cool way of doing it, actually. So I need to keep in mind that I still need to do this whole Crimson Wish thing eventually. I'm still missing one Mondstadt quest, though. That's actually somewhat annoying. Because I have no idea why that would be a thing. 90%, 100%, 100%, 85, 90. I mean, considering how many quests I still need to do, I can always return to that. Gives me a reason to come back to Mondstadt every once in a while. Equivalent exchange. Sadly, it doesn't tell you where the hell that would be. Not that it really matters, but... I guess that does mean, though, that I'm kind of finished with Dragon Spine for the moment. Let me actually double check. So I think... Was that under key items? How did this work? Add items of quality 150 and above to initiate transmutation. So you can do that once a week, right? And you can transmute... So for example, since I have like 1 billion of these... so these count as 1. Let's see, so I could, for example, I could say, okay, 100 of these, because I have so many. Quality of added materials insufficient. Okay, so you have to... Okay. What am I actually missing? What am I looking for? So the arrowheads, for example, I actually need a lot of. I completely forgot that this was a thing, honestly. Place the following objects into the paramedic transfigurer.
Welcome. How can I help you?
What is it doing with them, though? Now it's just floating in space here? Okay. Retrieve. Device that can be placed within convert it into some other. During the transformation process, you must use elemental attacks to generate enough. So wait 7 days to use it again. But you're not actually able to...
Nice and spicy.
Submit for judgment. Forth, my...
By royal
You're not actually able to,
I swear by my sword.
What's the word? To decide what you get out of them, right? Oh, so it just randomly gives you some stuff. Well, that wasn't really worth it, I would say. I don't know. I mean, it depends. I guess, obviously, it does give you the ability to utilize materials that you really, really don't need. Like, if you know you definitely don't need them, then I guess it sort of makes sense, but huh. But yeah, wasn't there an item that lets you find treasure chests? I think it might have been a consumable, right? Not entirely sure. Mystic offering, convert, craft, gadget, condensed resin. So these things are just used to find the geoculi, like the upgrade materials for the statue things or the teleport points. And this is just a teleport point that you can place yourself. Have I never crafted this? Isn't that... Oh. Huh. So I guess you have to craft a new one every time you want to use it? That's really annoying. Character essential material. I thought there was... Portable waypoint. Portable waypoint is a man-made replica of a teleport waypoint. It can link to the world's ley lines to some degree, through which it can perform teleportation. When used, it sets a teleport waypoint at your current location. You can use this pocket waypoint through the map in the same manner as a normal teleport waypoint. You can only ever place one though, right? The portable waypoint does have some limitations, however. It will vanish from its position after 7 days, and only one can be placed at any one time. Placing a portable waypoint in a world that already has one will destroy the pre-existing portable waypoint. Yeah, honestly, I don't really know why this exists, because I feel like the world has more than enough waypoints, honestly. I mean, maybe there might be the odd location here and there where you might want to have a teleport waypoint. That being said, since they vanish after a week, I don't think they really serve any sort of purpose. Because let's assume there's like maybe a really good location to farm materials, for example. It would be cool if you could place a certain number of permanent waypoints in the world, right? Just at locations that either you specifically enjoy or that for whatever reason you want to have. So, for example, the Earth boss, like the I don't remember what they're called, the weird cube thing, the Earth cube, right? That's really annoying to reach from the teleport point. And so placing a teleport point right next to it would be pretty awesome. But again, if it vanishes after a week, what's the point, right? Oh well.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
But yeah, I thought there was a way. I thought I remembered a way to find treasure chests. I guess that's not a thing. Okay, so these are already processed. Don't have enough though, right? I need 1545. Yeah, still quite a bit more. And then the other, so this one requires the ham slices, which also requires more meat. And this one also requires meat, 80. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why I sent one of my characters out on an expedition. Okay, let me double check. I thought there was a way of... I really thought there was a way of finding additional treasure chests. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Reputation rewards. Mondstadt mining outcrop search. Okay. Anemoculus resonance. Details for making an anemoculus resonance stone. Will be able to create a tool to guide you towards anemoculi. Yes, you get that really early on. That's the wind catcher that allows you to summon like wind anywhere to create a wind current. You get silver for making nutrition ready to eat meal in a pouch. Okay. See, Anemo treasure compass. Use it to easily locate treasure all over Mondstadt. And the portable waypoint. I mean, that might very well be a consumable. These are just quest items, right? The other gadgets are all here, though. I mean, it is a crafting recipe, correct? What? Did I maybe just... But I filtered specifically by gadget. Unless it's somewhere else. Maybe it's not... Maybe it's not here, but somewhere else. See, that's the resonance stone. I mean, it should be here though, right? Maybe you have to... It might actually be that you have to craft it somewhere else. Or rather, maybe you have to forge it. Ah, there it is. So it is a gadget then. Ah, okay. Why have I never crafted this? It requires freaking 30 of these weird mushrooms. Well, I mean, I don't have the, I could gather it. I mean, I probably want to have it eventually, right? You know, a lot of these mushrooms grow all over the city, right? Oh, hello. The fuck is that? Radiant Spine Crystal 11. Okay. That's new. This wondrous crystal contains a certain rhythm, like something beautiful woven from delicate silk. These items can be found throughout the mainland or from merchants who collect curios, I think. The tune held within this crystal can be revivified in your Serenity Pot using either Euphonium Unbound Winding or Euphonium Unbound Soaring. The tune contained within this radiant spine crystal is Mondstadt Starlet. Oh, so these are basically Genshin's orchestrion rolls. Oh, that's awesome! So I guess in every location you can now find these records, essentially, that allow you to play the music of the specific location in your Serenity Pot. That's really cool. Okay, let's grab as many of the mushrooms that I can. Because I should be capable. I could just. There are a bunch of locations where I could get the. What are they called? The minerals as well, right? Or the ore. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do, damn it. Another one up here? Oh, I don't think so, actually. How many of these mushrooms are in these buildings? I remember that I wanted to collect them at some point. I don't know if it actually was for this treasure compass, or maybe it was for something else. Don't remember them being this easy to find. Maybe they added more throughout the city or something? Oh, there's another one down here. Ooh, how many? Holy shit. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Share your troubles with the wind. Your Barbados will respond to you.
Ooh. It's gonna be... Let's climb up, climb up, climb up. Nice. There was another one here somewhere, right? Yeah, up there. Two more, in fact. All right. That makes how many? 30. Perfect. And then I'm just gonna mine stuff. Let's go to one of the...
The rain won't slow me down.
Are these normal? No. That's 2. Means I need 1 more, right? Mega strong hilichurls? Yeah, the auto-advancing subtitles that are sometimes shown are kind of weird.
A touch of frost.
Nice and spicy. Oz revealed by...
Well, that was easy. Didn't I hit this one as well? Oh, there are, yeah. I remembered that there are a couple of ores back here as well. At least I thought so. Oh, I want to hit the freaking ore! Let me hit the ore, thank you. Alright. Ah, there was more here, right. That should hopefully be enough. I wonder how the compass works though. Like, does it just generally show you chests, or... I should be able to craft it now. Well, I guess I'm gonna find out, huh? I'd like something made. I mean, I very much feel like this is a one-time thing, right? Craft this once, and then it probably, maybe it requires some sort of energy, or you can use it a couple of times a day or something. I mean, I do want to continue with the new areas, so I'm not necessarily going to, 100% complete the things now, but just want to know how it works. So now it's on the gadgets, right? Yeah. All right, let's go somewhere. So in theory, for example, the map shows that I'm apparently still missing a couple of chests over here, right? So let's just teleport to, I don't know, here maybe? Okay. What kind of, like, how far away does it display chests then? So am I supposed to just run through the world and every 5 seconds press the compass thing? Oh, it shows like some sort of wind thing. Oh, okay, cool. So once it does actually discover something, it'll be put on a longer cooldown.
By royal
Swift and merciful.
Spirit blade.
go as one.
Oh, it's literally just sitting right here. Okay, so it does work.
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Interesting. So you still have to get somewhat lucky, but it was showing the chest from... Let's see, how far away was that? I think from like here, sort of? So it's, yeah, it's covering like a decent distance. And it has a very quick cooldown if it doesn't actually discover anything. It's pretty awesome. I like that. So at some point eventually I'll be able to just 100% these areas basically. That is pretty cool. Okay, how the heck am I exactly at 90% here, 90% here, and 85% here? For a second there, I thought that it only like ever showed 5% increments, but now I'm looking here, it's 89, 81, 78. So I must be like literally exactly on those thresholds, I guess. Cool. Anyways, let us finally return to actual quests. Autumn winds, scarlet leaves. The crane returns on the wind, jade chamber rising. The spindrift shall never return to the sea. Aphros Delos chapter act 1. Oh wait, I'm on the these are the Archon quests, right? So this is literally the main story continuing. And these are like additional quests. Shadow of the Past. Talk to Master Jean. Master Jean has a special task for you. Head to the Knights of Favonius headquarters to find out more. Well, since I'm already in Mondstadt, let us do that, shall we? Didn't realize Jean actually had more to do for us. I do know that there are also still some side quests in Liyue that I still have to do. Wonder if this is voice acted.
Thank you for coming on such short notice, Honorary Knight. I know you must be busy.
Well, depends.
Well, to make a long story short, there's a particular matter at hand that the Knights requires your assistance with.
Knights are as busy as ever.
Yes, it has been one thing after another recently. Neither myself nor any of the Mondstadt garrison are able to catch a moment of peace. I have recently received multiple reports from the Knights of someone within the Lawrence clan having close dealings with the Fatui.
Wait, the Lawrence clan? Wasn't that also the clan that was involved with the whole dragon spine thing?
The Fatui? Again? But who are the Lawrence clan?
Yeah, I feel like that hasn't come up yet in any of the stories, right?
There was a dark period in Mondstadt's history when the aristocracy ruled over the city. The hard-won freedom that followed with the fall of Decarabian was lost once again, as slavery spread throughout the land.
Yeah, that definitely fits with the journal thing that we found.
The first Dandelion Knight, Vanessa, spearheaded the revolution that overthrew the old aristocratic system and established the Knights of Favonius, leading Mondstadt to become the city that you see today. The aristocrats that had oppressed the people of Mondstadt were none other than the Lawrence clan.
Oh, Paimon gets it! So the clan's descendants are now scheming with the bad guys to carry out more dubious deeds.
We suspect as much, though we have yet to obtain any solid evidence. The reason I summoned you here today is to ask you to help us further investigate this matter.
But why us?
Unfortunately, the Knights of Favonius and the aristocracy have been at odds with one another for as long as I can remember. We've already considered every possible way of resolving our differences, but it seems the descendants of the aristocracy remain antagonistic towards the Knights.
I mean,
no matter what stance we take when
stand
dealing
for, I
with
guess.
them, the outcome is always the same. Our efforts only result in adding more fuel to the flames. We could come knocking on their door on the grounds of a search warrant, but if the investigation were to come up empty, I'm afraid tensions and distrust would only increase. All of our past efforts would have been wasted.
But as the honorary knight, I technically also belong to the Knights.
You are
That's a
in
good
fact
point.
the best candidate to represent the Knights of Favonius. But you need not emphasize your role as the honorary knight. You're a traveler from a distant land, and you can approach the aristocrats in this way.
Wouldn't they have already heard about me, though?
Once you come to friendly terms with the Lawrence clan, you should be in a good position to learn more of their possible connections with the Fatui.
I mean, this seems like kind of a weird plan to me, honestly.
Leave it to Master Jean to come up with such a thorough plan.
What thorough plan? What the fuck are you talking about, Paimon? She literally just told us, oh yeah, I don't know what to do, just talk to them. Like, what?
Perhaps such plans have become second nature after all the diplomatic issues I've dealt with.
Like, that's the one thing that I'm still really annoyed by with Genshin Impact, right? I mean, why would you write it this way? Like, I don't even mind that the quest is, like, simple in nature, right? Had they just said, oh, hey, by the way, you know, I thought of you as a possible candidate to talk to them, go talk to them, right? That would have been fine. But don't draw attention to the fact that this is not really any plan whatsoever, right? This is not a plan. There is no plan. She literally said, oh, hey, by the way, go there, talk to them.
The name of the Lawrence clan member in question is Schubert. Lately, he can often be found strolling near the northern city walls.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not against this quest at all. I like it. I'm actually, in fact, really intrigued by where the hell this goes. But why would you add in this completely unnecessary comment about, oh, that's such a brilliant plan? Nobody ever thought of that.
It is said
What
that
the
he is
hell?
difficult to get along with due to his temperamental disposition, but if we approach him calmly, then things should go off without a hitch.
Hope things will go
Thanks
smoothly.
again for your help. If you run into any snags along the way, I'll do anything in my power to support you.
Alright. Spindrift shall never return to the sea. Aspros Delos, Chapter 1. Let's see where this goes then. I mean, I do very much enjoy having more quests with, like, voice acting and whatnot. Which is why I'm kind of annoyed by that, right? I mean, the quest starts off, like, with this really intriguing thing, and oh yeah, there's, like, this really interesting, you know, person or clan, aristocracy and whatnot you have to talk to, but yeah, whatever.
Who are you?
Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
Hello, we're here to...
Shut up, Paimon.
Hello?
Oh, he probably wants a proper... Yeah, it was wrong.
What's wrong? Did you just say what's wrong?
Yeah, I did.
Huh. And I suppose you think that you can simply strut up here and greet me in such an ignoble and vulgar manner?
Yes, indeed, I do think that.
Given that I don't recognize you, I can only assume that you are a traveler of some variety. I'll have you know that you are speaking with the Schubert Lawrence, a blood descendant of the magnanimous nobility.
Well, then again, I suppose it makes sense. Like, that is always a difficult question to answer, I feel like. And it's actually the same as in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Because we have to remember that these, like, worlds are set in... Well, 14 isn't really so much a... Like, this is much more sort of medieval fantasy magic vibes, right? Whereas 14 actually has a past with, like, a lot of technology that we know today in it. Like, they had literal spaceships, and they built an entire artificial moon, right? They had phones, like literal smartphones, and whatnot, right? So, with 14, it's a little bit of a different story. The thing that I'm trying to get at here, though, well, I mean, I guess it also depends on how much you can suspend your disbelief, because, like, what are they called? Cameras. Cameras to take photos with seem to exist in this world, right? Because I have to, right? They just look like very old cameras from, like, I don't know, 1920. But, well, we can assume, though, that it would be fairly difficult for people to take pictures in this world. Never mind pictures of people that are like us, right? Sort of a traveler that becomes the hero by dealing with the big threat that Mondstadt had to deal with. So even though the people might have heard about us and might have heard about a hero helping the Knights of Favonius, they might even know our name. They wouldn't necessarily know what we look like, though, right? Because we can assume that most people in the town wouldn't necessarily have witnessed us dealing with the whole situation, right? Especially because the battle itself, or us dealing with the dragon, actually took place somewhat far away from the city proper, right? So it's not entirely unrealistic to assume that most people wouldn't really recognize us or wouldn't really know who we are. They might have an inkling, though I guess this guy would be too arrogant to notice that. But yeah, it's not entirely unreasonable to assume that a lot of people might not inherently be acquainted with us, right?
If you wish to address me, you'd best consider your words more carefully. Such nonchalant manners are inadmissible and will never do. Now, if you're somehow capable of understanding anything I've said, then you will get down on your knees, apologize for your negligent actions, and give me a proper introduction. That is the appropriate etiquette.
I also don't really like how they've not, like, synced up the, like, lip movements to when they're actually talking. That's a bit annoying, honestly.
That's etiquette? Paimon's never heard of something so complicated before.
Huh. In former times, when people knew their place and respected traditions, such conduct was only basic courtesy when greeting a nobleman.
Yeah, you're quite the nobleman, staring at a wall the entire day and whatnot.
And neglecting your manners would result in a swift whipping. But look at the world now. Rules have been thrown to the wayside and manners forgotten. I cannot bear to see such degradation.
No wonder the aristocracy fell.
What did you say? You dare question the dignity of the nobility?
No, I question methods that are clearly completely unnecessary, don't serve any sort of purpose except boosting your ego, and obviously make all the people that have to go through it hate you.
I'll have you know that though the Lawrence clan is in decline, myself and others of noble blood are looking for a chance to restore our rightful honor. Just look around. The people are unruly and undisciplined. I, however, strive to retain the elegance and etiquette of the nobility. After all, we are of a completely different breed by birth.
Sure, buddy. What kind of people are you talking about when you say they are unruly and undisciplined? You literally live like in a small medieval town with about 100 people. Who is unruly and undisciplined? Are you kidding me? I mean, maybe he's talking about all the like treasure hoarders and whatnot. And I don't know. I don't think he knows himself what he's even talking about. I have been saying certain things, though. I mean, he literally complained about the stuff we said earlier. In fact, he complained twice or even 3 times about what we said.
Save your words. I find your manners and
Whatever.
bearing repulsive. I have nothing to discuss with the likes of you. Besides, I am in no way obligated to instruct commoners on basic courtesies.
Well, how are they supposed to know then?
Now I have more pressing matters to attend to. I'll take my leave.
Can we just, like, follow him or something?
So this is what Master G meant by difficult to get along with. Let's head back and talk things over with her.
Seems kind of unnecessary, but okay. I mean, what is Jean supposed to say to this? Oh yeah, that's about what I expected this to go like? Uh-huh. Oh, hi, Amber.
If it isn't the honorary knight. I'm just on my way out to gather some intel. I didn't expect to run into you here. Huh? Judging by your expression, you must have run into some trouble.
Master Jean tasked us with a special assignment, but things seem to have run aground for the moment.
It's not a long story at all. We literally met a person, he was a dick to us, and walked away. Yeah, it wasn't our fault.
No need to get down on yourself. Sometimes things just don't turn out as planned. Even I can't guarantee useful intel every time I'm dispatched. You just have to keep at it and never give up.
Thank you.
Hey, why don't you let me try to help? What's the problem?
I really wish these quests would be better written. Man, they're so childish in so many ways. That's so unnecessary, right? And also the voice acting, like, obviously they're really good voice actors, but so it's not the actors, it's the direction they receive, right? It's so, like, stiff, and it's how people used to voice act, right? Back in Skyrim, for example, or, like, these really perfect lines that don't really fit the environment at all, right? And it's such a like big discrepancy between what we now have with, you know, The Last of Us certainly pioneering, or Naughty Dog with Uncharted and The Last of Us pioneering sort of the style of having actors like in a room actually acting out the scenes. I'm not saying that I expect it for a game like this, but looking at the really, really awesome voice acting of something like Persona 5, for example, this just pales in comparison because it seems so... Well, it's also the writing, right? It's a combination of probably like direction and writing, because you can't really do that much with these sentences, because this is not how a person would talk, right? These sentences are so very clearly written for like a dialogue system in an RPG instead of for actual people interacting with each other. I think that's one of like my biggest issues, besides the fact that they are so, I don't know, like, I really don't know how to put it any other way than saying childishly written. I know that doesn't fully sort of convey, I guess, what they are. Anyways.
Master Jean asked us to build a connection with someone named Schubert Lawrence. But it turns out that he's a peculiar character that doesn't listen to anyone. Especially Paimon.
Aha, Schubert! I know him. Let me guess. He said you didn't have any manners.
Sounds like you're no stranger to his rants.
I've been on the receiving end of his lectures many a time. The Lawrence clan can be very particular about such things.
So instead of the non-plan that Jean actually didn't come up with, why don't they just have somebody who knows how these traditions and manners that they're expecting work? Why not have them talk to him, right? I mean, clearly the problem isn't... Like, the problem is that he's kind of too full of himself, and obviously, like, I don't know, getting him to talk seems more important. Anyways.
You mean everyone in the Lawrence clan is just a big headache?
As aristocrats, they believe there should be a certain distance between themselves and common folk. I understand their thinking, but that's just not how things are anymore. However, there is one exception among the Lawrence clan, my good buddy, Eula.
Oh.
Buddy?
That's right. Not only is she from the Lawrence clan, but she's also captain of the Knights of Favonia's 4th company.
Wait, I didn't expect Eula to be here, okay? Wait, how could a member of the Lawrence clan join the Knights?
Eula is special. She's not quite like the other members of her clan. She has her own beliefs and it shows.
Wouldn't that mean that the clan doesn't really like her, though?
In other words, she doesn't really adhere to the strict rules and conventions of her family. However, she's still quite knowledgeable about dealing with the Lawrences. I'm sure you'll see what I mean if you meet her.
That's strange. If Eula is a member of the Lawrence clan, then why would Master Jean choose us for the task? Couldn't she just ask Eula?
What's the guy in the background is listening to this whole conversation, isn't he?
It's a little complicated. Basically, the Lawrence clan is frowned upon the fact that Eula joined the Knights. Her family members don't particularly care for her.
So doesn't that make the whole situation even more complicated? I mean, I guess, obviously we can ask Eula about how we should approach them, because she might know more stuff than we do. That being said, first of all, she probably already told all of that to Jean, which makes her weird non-planned tasks she gave us even more weird. But, I mean, yeah, that's very apparent that something like that would happen, right? If she decided to leave that side of the family.
In their eyes, Eula is nothing but a traitor to the family.
Guess that's understandable from their point of view.
She's very easy to get along with. Just explain the situation, and I'm sure she'll help you come up with a way to get along with Schubert. In fact, I think she's out in the wilderness on patrol this morning. You should be able to find her around Storm Bear Mountains.
Isn't it evening?
Thanks, Amber. All right, you heard her. Let's go find Eula.
Good luck, you two. I've got my own matters to investigate.
Yeah, this whole thing makes no sense whatsoever, right?
If you want to learn about the conduct of the Lawrence clan, who better to ask than one of their own family members?
So it would have made way, way more sense if Jean had actually just told us that Eula exists and who she is in the first place, Eula then would have taught us to get into, or to acquaint ourselves with the Schubert character without him getting annoyed at us, because now he knows who we are, right? Now he's not that fond of us. So yeah, what a strange this like what an unnecessarily dumb setup.
What are they doing here? Is that why Eula was sent on patrol here?
Probably.
Let's fight first and talk later.
A touch of frost.
Go as one.
Oh, there you are.
Submit for judgment.
Out of the frying pan, into the odds revealed.
So. Interesting that they're so low level.
I swear by my sword.
Boba, get by royal
Can you stop like turning exactly the way? Oh well. Hi. Oh, that's cool music. Yeah, that's a pretty cool introduction to a character, honestly. Hi. I like you.
You don't think twice before reaching for your sword, do you? Do you have any idea how long I've been tracking these targets? And now you get to stake a claim. You think you're stronger because you got to them first? Mark my words, vengeance will be mine.
Okay, that was an interesting zoom in on her hip there, but okay.
What?
I'm sorry, vengeance?
That's right. I heard the commotion and came as swiftly as I could, only to find you two already fighting the Fatui. Not only that, you are making quick work of them too.
Yeah, of course.
If I didn't make my move, you would have been able to take all the credit. Still, I'm glad you're unscathed. Confronting that number of Fatui at once can be dangerous.
They were only level 65. Okay, I liked you more in the cutscene. Actually, I'm quite used to fighting the Fatui.
Sorry, Paimon doesn't understand what you mean, but thanks for your concern.
Wait. The fuck are you talking about? Wait. This doesn't even fit with what she just said.
Concern? Why would I be concerned for the safety of my arch-enemies?
Arch-enemies? Wait a minute! You were saying how glad you were that we were unscathed a second ago!
What? Paimon, what the fuck are you saying?
By which I meant, if you were injured, I'd have to escort two strangers guilty of stealing my targets all the way back to Mondstadt.
These couple of last sentences didn't make any sense.
Which would mean you'd cause me even more trouble. My vengeance would be swifter still.
I don't think they did that on purpose, that Paimon was sort of, like, they were talking about two completely different things. But on accident? What? That was strange.
So that's how you see all this?
So you must be Eula.
Yes, that's me.
Paimon thinks she's pretty strange. Although at least we can communicate with her.
You dare to call someone you've just met strange? Forget the aristocracy. That's rude even by normal standards.
I mean, you just went up to us and complained that we dealt with some clearly, like, sort of dark characters.
Speaking of which, how do you know my name?
This is the honorary knight of the Knights of Favonius. And speaking speaking of rude, we're trying to investigate an aristocrat named Schubert Lawrence. He's so obsessed with etiquette that he's not even willing to speak with us.
I understand now. That's my uncle, all right.
Yeah, the whole family seems kind of strange,
But
honestly.
why do you mean to investigate him?
He may be secretly involved with the Fatui, which I assume she already knows.
I see. You have some nerve to faming a family member right in front of me. I will have vengeance for this too.
The fuck is she talking about?
No. This is an assignment from Master Jean. It's just an investigation, that's all.
Aren't you curious about your uncle?
To the everyday citizens of Mondstadt, everyone in the Lawrence clan is scum. It's natural for rumors and unwarranted gossip to lead to such suspicion.
Hard to avoid such a reputation when you're known as the ruthless rulers of Old Mondstadt.
Oh, so that's what you think of me? Yet another transgression to avenge.
But didn't you say it first? Oh.
Yeah, she kind of did.
Curious. We've only just met, and you've already given me 3 causes for vengeance. It's been a while since I've encountered anyone as interesting as you.
The fuck is she talking about? Why is she talking like she's 8 years old? Your definition of curious is curious, yeah.
I assume you need me to teach you the conduct of the Lawrence clan. Only then will you finally be able to communicate with my uncle, correct?
Honestly, I'm kind of over-communicating with him.
That's right. Amber told us to come and talk to you.
Well then, let's begin your training immediately. It'll be easier to train when we're back in Mondstadt. We'll require other people.
Also, isn't this supposed to... Like, aren't these quests also kind of there to make you like the characters so that you want to spend money to get them? This honestly doesn't convince me to get Eula. Like, I had a much higher opinion of her before I actually knew her. Right? You're not planning to take revenge at an opportune moment, are you?
We can put that aside for now. Besides, if it's the acting Grandmaster's assignment, and Amber's the one who recommended me, I should comply.
Hyman's confused. This girl's all vengeance this and revenge that. But she doesn't seem the least bit angry.
Did she just say angry?
Hyman has met bigger weirdos before.
Yeah. Whatever. Let's just take it for what it is. I don't know. There was such a cool introductory cutscene, and then she starts talking as if she's like in kindergarten, plotting something against the girl that stole her hairband or something.
So we'll begin with our first lesson.
Wait, hold on. There's something we need to clear up first. Otherwise it'll keep bugging us.
Why do we have to bring it up again? Like, seriously? Can't we just ignore the weird part and just let her do her thing?
So that's still on your mind, huh?
No, it's
Maybe
not.
you're the
But
ones
the
who
game
can't let
forces me
things
to
go.
ask it anyways.
Don't worry. There's a time and place for exacting vengeance. Besides, I'm not in the mood for any right now. Best save it for later.
You need to be in the right mood for vengeance.
I already have a long list of vengeance to exact. Even if I wanted to begin now, I'd have to start in the right order. Who knows
boy.
how long it will be before I get to you?
Well, if you have so much to take care of, wouldn't it just be easier to give us a clean slate?
Absolutely not. Stealing my targets, calling me a ruthless ruler, and suspecting my uncle. All worthy of vengeance in my eyes.
He's definitely counting.
But you needn't worry, at least not whilst we're investigating this matter. I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase, a man of moral integrity fears no slanderous attack.
Actually, no.
If Uncle Schubert didn't commit any wrongdoing, then any such investigation will prove fruitless.
Yeah, thanks, Captain
But if he
Obvious.
did commit a wrongful act, then he should bear the full punishment.
Again, very obvious.
I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, that's always how this goes.
Good. Now, there are two key points that aristocrats attach great importance to: your manner of speech and your bearing.
Hello. What's going on?
Let's begin with your manner of speech. Aristocrats have a very unique way of carrying conversation, even with mundane daily topics.
I can see that.
Oh, Paimon's already learned some unique conversation. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine!
That was actually a good interpretation of her. I mean, you can't really put that.
Not even close. And besides, it sounds strange.
Yeah, it does.
Hey! Paimon learned it from you! And didn't
Right.
you say not to call others strange?
I think that's actually one of the first times that I'm really on Paimon's side here. Like, she clearly displayed what's weird about this whole vengeance thing she's enacting. You want to eat Paimon? Yeah, but I mean,
It seems you
Eula's not making a case for herself either.
No, I've no need to trouble myself with such frivolous formalities. Here, allow me to demonstrate. For example, when greeting a friend, you could say, "As the morning dew greets the coming dawn, so do I greet you, my dear friend."
That actually sounds more like poets would greet each other. I mean, I guess that's maybe what aristocrats are trying to aspire to be.
As the morning dew does what now?
However, such a phrase may only be used during the morning hours. Also, the party with whom you're speaking must be of approximately the same status as you. Morning dew is not uncommon, so it expresses that friendship should not be measured by value, yet also suggests that friendship between aristocrats is pure like water.
Okay, well, that I do understand. Seems like a lot of work just to greet a good friend. Well, I mean, it's an interesting way to do that, though. There's something that I wonder about from time to time, right? When you really think about how people, like back in the day, must have communicated. Because there were people who, I mean, maybe didn't talk as ridiculous as this, but clearly did have, like, a sort of a very poetic way of speaking to one another. I don't know. I mean, it can be, I guess it depends, right? It can either be very annoying or unnecessarily long, but it can also certainly express a certain form of respect for one another. She talks like she's trying to reach the word count on an essay. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. I mean, well, she does also come from the same family, so it's understandable, but... And I mean, I guess, unfortunately, we did ask her to help us with this.
Oh, no. You must be prudent with your words. Calling someone a good friend could easily offend them.
But didn't you just say my dear friend in your example? Paimon's confused.
How the hell does somebody like this Schubert guy even just live in the city, right? Feels like the only way for him to survive would be just stay inside and let his servants or something like do everything for him. I mean, I guess that's maybe what he's doing, but he wouldn't be able to speak to any person that we've met ever, right?
Yes, I did. But you must know in the Lawrence family, dear friend is a set phrase that can only be used towards certain friends with whom one is acquainted, but not particularly close.
I mean, makes sense,
It
yeah.
sounds much more pleasant to call an acquaintance a dear friend. So, another thing to remember. Aristocrats are concerned with face and being polite.
Yeah, I guess nobody really does talk to them, right? Kind of makes sense, but it's, can't really complain about nobody talking to you either.
However, if you were to use dear friend to address an intimate friend, the recipient would think that you were deliberately trying to estrange them.
I mean, it's kind of the same, like you talk to everybody just with different phrases. Yeah, I mean, obviously
This is
you have
only
to
the
talk
first
with them.
step in making a greeting. After addressing one another, you then exchange courtesies.
Wait. This is all too abstract. Perhaps it would be better if you gave some real-life demonstrations.
She already did that, though.
Very well. Come with me. We'll choose some bystanders to converse with.
Oh boy, this is gonna take a while, isn't it? I mean, honestly, I'm not necessarily against sort of this more formal way of speaking. I always quite enjoyed that. When I was reading a book series at some point where it was basically about, well, was it really feudal Japan, something like that, right? And they also have this very particular manner of speaking. And obviously, it's been in most sort of older societies at some point, right, where they had very specific ways of speaking. And in a funny way, that it's still a thing today, right? I mean, if you talk to, especially like if sort of politicians and whatnot of other countries are talking to each other, or if you do like business trips to, let's say, China or something, right? You also have these very particular rules that you have to follow and like social norms and standards. So it's really, it hasn't really changed. I guess the only change really is that, well, people are definitely more lenient today about how you communicate. People understand that you are going to make mistakes and you feasibly can't know everything about every culture. I don't know. I do very much like the idea of having a more particular way of talking to one another, but at the same time, I mean, it just, well, I mean, the reason why people, like these kinds of people, are kind of pissed if you don't address them correctly is also due to the fact that obviously back in the day, people would deliberately do that in order to offend others, right? So there is certainly reason behind their, I guess, aversion towards people who don't really follow these kinds of specific interactions or communications. Played this game long enough to know its lore character. Yeah, I mean, after a while, you certainly do get acquainted with a lot. They do really explore a lot of its lore through its quests. I very much do like that. And ever since they introduced this archive thing, it's also kind of cool to like go back on it. I just wish that they sometimes would do so in a more, I don't know, like sometimes they kind of hit you over the head with very obvious things.
Oh, you're Eula of the Lawrence clan, right? This can't be good.
Don't the normal people know, though, that she's also part of the Knights of Favonius?
You there, lowly laborer. You stand in the presence of a member of the illustrious Lawrence clan. I have words for you.
I have words for you does sound quite funny in the context, though.
Please acknowledge the glory bestowed upon thee by the nobility... what comes next? Oh, right. By solemnly kneeling to the ground with utmost sincerity.
Huh? I can't make heads or tails of anything you're saying.
Hold on. What did they always teach me?
I mean, would they really, though? That seems like a backwards way of thinking about it. Like, the normal people, aren't they quite... Well, I wouldn't say fond of the Knights of Favonius, but they... I mean, they're sort of the protectors of the city, right? So... I mean, I guess the implication is that she's sort of torn between the two opposite poles, and therefore she's kind of excluded by everybody, right? Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would depend on how people know her. Obviously, we haven't really gone to know whether or not she's... Like, because, like, the implications so far in the quest were that she's definitely more a Knight of Favonius than a member of the Lawrence clan. I mean, that's her current occupation, more or less, right?
Whenever a dispute arises, protection of your family's prestige and dignity always takes precedence.
Hitler's son joining the FBI? Ah, well, that's not a real... I don't think that's a comparison that works. I mean, I guess we just haven't gotten enough context yet to really make a judgment of how normal people would feel about this.
Got it. As a lowly commoner, you shall maintain absolute reverence when speaking with those under which you so graciously toil. How dare you speak in such a manner?
Is everyone from the Lawrence clan so strange?
Yeah.
The days of the Lawrence clan's tyranny have long passed. I don't care what you're trying to do. Just beat it.
She's just giving us a demonstration. Don't worry about it.
Like I said, I don't care what you're doing. I have nothing to say to any member of the Lawrence clan. And here's a word of advice. I wouldn't be caught dead walking too closely with any one of their like in Mondstadt.
Understandable.
That's all. I'll be going. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself if we talk any longer.
Hey! Don't leave! Halt! Mark my words, vengeance will be mine!
Sure.
Wow, the Lawrence name really does carry a terrible reputation.
Yeah, that's very understandable,
Never mind
though.
him. I could have predicted as much. Let's find someone else.
We could literally be talking to... Why do we have to talk to real people? Just, I don't know, let's go to the training dummies over there then, and give us a demonstration on them. Does it really help to estrange even more people from your weird family? Hi. I'm sorry in advance.
You there, lowly toiler. You stand in the presence of a member of the illustrious Lawrence clan. I have words for you.
I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Her family reigned, it seems like, a couple decades ago. I mean, they haven't actually told us any specifics, but very clearly that's not a thing anymore, so... I feel like it wouldn't necessarily... like, hold... I mean, obviously people wouldn't like her clan, but that wouldn't really fall back on her. I don't know. Well, then again, would normal people even know her? Right? How much would normal people... How many people would even know any Knight of Favonius by name, right? Unless they would be related to them, I guess. Yeah, I mean, they already told us all of that in the quest, right? I mean, that's kind of how the quest starts, I guess, with explaining that and the particulars about her clan. I'm just wondering, I mean, it's just...
Please acknowledge the glory bestowed upon thee by the nobility, and solemnly kneel to the ground with utmost sincerity. Huh? Why don't you respond? According to the custom, I must wait until you kneel completely before I can say the next words. Ah, right. I mustn't look at you too long, or I'll be drawing more attention to our difference in status. Oh dear, I've already stared at you for quite a while. Fine. You may spare yourself the formality of kneeling, as it may be a little inconvenient. I shall continue. Oh, wait. I think there's a line for people with rude attitudes in this situation.
I mean, you keep talking so much. How is he even supposed to respond to you, honestly?
Hey,
I wouldn't
stop
talk
bothering me or else
either.
I might say something you wouldn't like to hear.
I probably would have stood there and not really answering, not knowing what to
Then
do.
again, I've got no words for anyone from the Lawrence clan.
Again? What's with this attitude?
Maybe we should just stop for now.
I don't think his attitude will change. If I keep grandstanding like this, the outcome won't be good. Let's try to find someone else to talk to.
Wait, there's a manga for this game? Seriously? Huh. Did not know that. Of course his attitude won't change. What the hell are you even talking about?
I'll remember your unwillingness to comply. Mark my words. Vengeance will be mine.
I mean, when was the last time anyone ever did that and actually kneeled down to the Lawrence clan in like the past 10 years or something? I feel like, you know, looking at by what we've seen here, now I actually do wonder how long ago this was.
You there, lowly worker.
Yeah, I've already heard it all before. Look, just spare me the time. Our answer's always the same. We've got nothing to say to the likes of you.
Actually, people are still quite nice to her, though, despite the whole weird kneel down to me thing. I feel like a lot of other people might have responded a lot more aggressive.
I mean, seriously, can't you just take a hint?
Please calm down. We don't want to cause any trouble.
I know she's a Knight of Favonius, and that the Knights wouldn't misplace their trust, but the name Lawrence carries too much weight with it. Even to this very day, the descendants of the Lawrence clan are still scheming to reclaim Mondstadt and reinstate their aristocratic rule. And if that wasn't enough, here you are purposefully using their awkward way of speaking just to put on an act? Don't you care for the feelings of us ordinary folk?
Wait, that was 300 years ago? How the hell do people even know the name still? What? That seems like a strangely long time. Well, that makes the whole situation even dumber. What the fuck? How can you believe that anybody would actually listen to... What the fuck? I'm just sort of imagining if, like, some person that's descendant from whoever ruled this city, like, 300 years ago, and they would just randomly walk up to me in the street and say, oh, hey, by the way, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather was, like, the king of this town for, like, 300 years ago for, like, 10 years. And now you must kneel to me because of that. Like, obviously, most people would probably think they're deranged or something. What? I mean, I guess if the family still existed as, like, a known entity within the city, and they were, like, scheming with political intrigue to take back the city. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on how much in the public eye they would have been over those years. But judging by their, like, weird insistence on these kinds of... Well, I guess... I mean... There are still weirdos today, sadly, that kind of act the same, right? And believe that 300-year-old traditions are still meaningful to some degree. Yeah, I mean, I could see that if they existed. It's very unlikely that something like this would still exist like 300 years ago. But then again, I mean, it's a fantasy game, right? But yeah, if they were constantly sort of in the political eye of the city and maybe had some sort of political branch that they try to reestablish, I guess I could see that they would still be regarded in not so good ways. But honestly, yeah, with the whole traditions thing, that also sounds rather unlikely that would still exist in the same way. Well, I don't know. Hey, yeah, I guess it depends.
You have a point. But mark my words, this transgression will not go unnoticed.
But judging by how people act, I would have guessed that it couldn't have been more than like 20, maybe 30 years ago, and even that would have been a stretch.
Huh? You want to fight? Listen here, I may be no match for you, but I'll be sure to lodge a complaint with the Knights of Favonius.
Yeah, let's just call it a day.
I want her to understand that I'm serious.
No, it's completely fine. I understand you.
Listen here. If you don't want things to get more unpleasant, then you'd better just stop.
Forget it. There's no point in quarreling any further. Let's go.
Honestly, this whole plan of demonstrating it on real people was just like, why? Would they have known how everybody would react?
This happens quite often. Let's find someone else to talk to.
Why does it what? Are you, like, frequently trying to demonstrate old traditions of your family to other people? Because I sure as well hope that she's not trying to talk to people this way, usually.
Paimon thinks we've seen enough now. Let's just stop. Actually, Paimon thinks we should apologize for asking you to demonstrate for us. We had no idea the feelings between the Lawrence clan and the people of Mondstadt were so bitter.
I mean, Jean told us. Weren't you listening, Paimon?
What can we do? The Lawrence name is already a dirty word among every household in Mondstadt. Even 3-year-olds know the story. I see this kind of attitude all the time.
I mean, she isn't really part of the family anymore, right? So I don't know how much she cares.
What with me being a Knight of Favonius, they're usually willing to speak a few words with me. Perhaps my aristocratic manner of speech provoked them today. Believe me, it's not a big issue.
Jean and Barbara are sisters. It's actually been a while since I've done the Barbara introduction quest or whatever that was. I don't know, did that come up there? They seem very different to one another, though. Isn't Barbara some sort of idol in the city? As much as somebody can be an idol in like a medieval town. But isn't there something about that? Perhaps my aristocratic manner of speech. Oh, you think?
So this is the way things are normally for you? There's no need for them to direct their anger at you personally.
I mean, yeah, but of course they would, though.
That's the way things are. Perhaps it's just fate for those who have made mistakes. Accepting punishment is only fair, right? But when your family has committed atrocities, I'm afraid there's no easy path to reconciliation.
Yeah, especially if you keep up the old tradition. Like, what? In that regard, the weird, like, Hitler comparison actually does work in a way, because this is literally the same as Nazis walking around town, like, doing the Hitler greeting thing, and then wondering why the fuck nobody wants to talk to them. Like, what the hell? Obviously, if you continue to do the same thing you've always done, like, what? Isn't that very obvious that wouldn't work?
As memories are carried in the city breeze, the faults of such grievances are passed from one generation to the next. It is now my turn to bear this burden.
Or, you could just behave differently, and probably in 3 years everybody would have completely forgotten about that. But, just a suggestion.
At least I have a means of living a relatively normal life compared to the elders of my family. I have nothing to be discontented about.
You knew all along that we'd encounter these kinds of problems, yeah? Of course you did.
Yeah, why were you so willing to try and demonstrate for us?
That is indeed a valid question.
Oh, that reminds me. That last person will not escape my vengeance either.
Just completely ignores Paimon. Understandable, though.
Let's leave it at that. Just think of it as something I like to do.
Okay, that's... Maybe she's just weird.
But unfortunately, you probably didn't learn much from those conversations. It seems we have no other choice but to find more people to talk to.
Why? I don't want to talk to people. I want to talk to the Schubert guy.
No need! Besides, the Traveler's pretty sharp, and nothing gets in our way on an adventure. Paimon thinks we got the gist of it now.
Thank you.
Right? Right?
Yeah, I think I've got it.
To roll with it for now. Let's just keep Eula from getting anyone else riled up.
Well then, I'm glad you learned something. You're already halfway toward mastering aristocratic conduct. A proper manner of speech is more aesthetic than anything else. It stems from their taste for refinement.
The problem is Schubert won't talk to us again because, for whatever reason, Jean insisted on us already introducing ourselves to him.
But we must also practice your bearing. I have a very effective way of training for this. Come with me to Dragonspine.
The mountain? How's that gonna help us? Okay, sure. Oh wait, she's an idol because she wanted her sister to notice. And yeah, I guess that's not a... Does that come up in some sort of character quest line at some point? Probably, right? Okay, let me see how the hell we're supposed to learn etiquette on a freezing mountain.
It's so cold. Does aristocrat training really need to be done here?
I mean, maybe we can demonstrate her weird way of speaking on some hilichurls. They won't mind.
If you wish to truly achieve the dignified conduct of an aristocrat, you must learn to remain composed and elegant even amidst harsh conditions.
Okay, fair enough.
For example, you can see that part of the path up ahead is quite difficult to traverse.
Wait, you mean the literal wall that stands in our way?
But a well-trained aristocrat would not only effortlessly proceed forward, but do so without a stain on their garment and their elegance fully intact.
Paimon thinks we've left the realm of aristocrats and entered the realm of adventuring.
Yeah, this seems right up our alley.
Compared to what we've already seen, this should be a piece of cake.
Should be way easier than making conversation, at least.
Paimon thinks so too. But you've got this in the bag.
You look pretty confident this time. All right, let's get started. Remember, you must be graceful and elegant. Don't get knocked or launched into the air. That would be most unsightly.
Ah, so that's how they're doing this. I was wondering how they're going to implement this into a combat. So, reach the objective without being launched or taking any damage. Okay. Oh. Huh. It's kind of an interesting new challenge.
Not
wasn't
bad.
really all that difficult
A lot
though.
better than I had anticipated, at least.
Oh, it was part of an event. Oh, that's unfortunate. I wish that's honestly one of the weirdest things about Genshin is that apparently I don't think they ever bring events back, right? I think they did at some point. I do remember doing one of the first events they ever did. I think they repeated one at a certain point. I think that might have even been that event where you got Barbara for free. Maybe. Don't entirely remember. I do wish they would do that though. I do wish they would, like, obviously I understand why they're doing it because they want people to spend money, blah blah blah, but it's a bit unfortunate, especially if they have like interesting character quest lines and whatnot in those events. If they never come back. Oh well, that's, I guess, the thing with these types of games, unfortunately. Oh, they have already brought back well, then maybe it will come back again as well. I do hope so. Well, that's a good thing then. Just, I guess I have to keep an eye out for the past events that I missed.
Hyman almost didn't make it through. Good thing we didn't get stuck. So, are we aristocrats now?
Did she just say aristocrats?
Don't flatter yourselves. We've only just begun. This scenario was relatively simple. In the face of a real battle, one would seldom have a chance to stop and evaluate the situation. There's a ley line monolith just up ahead that will attract nearby monsters. True elegance is the ability to calmly yet swiftly make decisions in the heat of battle.
Is this how you normally train?
My family set only the highest expectations for me, even as a child. Let's proceed, shall we?
I actually do quite like how they've brought this, or combined this with the gameplay. That they're sort of saying, oh yeah, fight in like a specific, very interesting way. That's pretty cool.
Phantasmagoria. You're toast! Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Because that could be like another thing they could do instead of just doing like time trial challenges and whatnot. Maybe introduce certain restrictions on combat.
Go ahead, activate it. But be careful not to get launched into the air or frozen while fighting. That would be most unsightly.
Okay, not being frozen, not being knocked.
Wind,
Increase them though, right?
odds revealed by Robot, get them!
With 10 opponents, that's actually a lot.
By royal decree,
Ooh, whoop. Probably shouldn't have done this with Chongyun because they're immune to ice, correct? Oh, this is going to be annoying with the arrows, though.
I swear by my sword.
Think? Maybe?
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from day. Eat this!
Oh. Whoopsie. Didn't need that last super.
Was most impressive.
Golden Archipelago. Yeah, I've never done any of those, I think. I think the last event that I actually did was the, what's her name? The astrologer. Astrologer? Is she? I think that was one of the last events that I did. There was like a stars event thing. I don't remember what it was called though.
And you managed to remain calm even in these grueling dragon spine surroundings. I'm starting to wonder if even I could have done the same. Given such an outstanding performance, it seems there is little left for me to teach you.
kind of thought there would be a bit more of a... I mean, it's actually quite unlikely that these guys freeze you if you're not wet, right?
Like Paimon said, adventuring is our specialty. So, that's it for our training, right? Then let's get out of Dragon Spine before Paimon turns into a popsicle.
Right, it was the official Mona event. Right. I don't remember what it was called, though. 1.2, yeah, that sounds about right. I think that's... When did I stop? Probably shortly after, like, 1.3 or something? How long was that after it released? I played for, like, 3 months? Pretty, like, a lot. And then not much afterwards. Was it 3 months? 3 to 4 months, something like that.
Hold on. I was commending the Traveler's performance just now. You, on the other hand, seem to have made no progress at all.
What? You mean Paimon was also part of the training?
Yes, of course. You were frantically flying and dashing about throughout the entire thing. Not an elegant sight at all.
Yeah, I don't know why she does that. She could literally just, you know, stand back and watch.
Did you even listen to anything I was trying to teach you?
Maybe that's just Paimon's style.
Hey, that's not true. Paimon was just focusing on you the whole time.
Okay.
Whatever the reason, not heeding my instructions. A cause for vengeance, perhaps. Now, drink this.
Huh? What is it? Are you trying to poison Paimon?
Certainly not. It's warm milk.
Do I want to know where you got warm milk from in this environment?
Didn't you just say that you were freezing? Drink it and it'll help warm you up.
Or did she just cook that while we were fighting?
Thank you. Are you still planning on the whole vengeance thing?
If I wasn't, then why would I care about you being cold? If you turned into a Paimon popsicle, that would ruin my plans for vengeance now, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
So, dear friend, don't die on me out here.
Yeah, I definitely missed a lot. Well, everything, basically, since then. Though I did do the whole Dragon Spine thing. So wait, when did that come out? Was that like 1.4, 1.3? Something like that, right? So I stopped before that came out. Shortly before it came out. I mean, at least a good thing is, aside from the events, they're smart enough to keep everything in the game and not make it like the seasonal bullshit you usually get these days. I mean, the events obviously are kind of like that, right? But I do very much appreciate that you can just like take a break from the game and come back, and all of the storylines and quests and whatnot are still there for you to do and the world to explore. That's actually pretty damn impressive for a free-to-play game. Well, a free-to-play game that makes hundreds of millions of dollars every year, but still.
Ah! Paimon knew something was off!
I mean, thank you for looking
All
after
in
her,
the name
I guess.
of vengeance. No need to thank me.
Sure, you keep telling yourself that.
Now then, given that your training is complete, it's time we return to Mondstadt. Our last step will be preparing a cordial gift to present to my uncle when you meet him. I already have something in mind. Let's pay Sarah a visit at Good Hunter.
Is he even going to want to talk to us? I feel like he would, like, see us from hundreds of meters away and just turn around and never talk to us again. Don't know if all of these efforts aren't kind of wasted in that regard. Wait, you got their skins for free? Oh, well that's unfortunate. I really do like the alternate outfit for Ningguang. But is it the one that you, or is that a different one? Is it the one that's in the menu? under the like
Oh,
dressing
hey,
room thing.
Eula. I see you've met the honorary knight.
We meet again, Amber. Seems we're just bound to run into you these days.
Well, I just got back and was thinking about grabbing a bite at Good Hunter. But now that you're here, why don't we all eat together?
Oh, that's unfortunate that it's free from the... well... Maybe I get lucky and they'll bring that back as well at some point. Probably not, but you never know, I guess.
Very well. It's been some time since we've last shared a meal together. Come, take a seat. We can discuss my uncle's gift while we eat.
Yes? Is there something else you'd like to order?
Could you please prepare a serving of my uncle's favorite, gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut? We'll take it as a gift to him later.
She actually almost pronounced that correctly. I'm impressed.
Coming right up. It'll take some time to prepare. I'll have it here at the counter once it's ready.
Hold on a moment. Is this satisfying salad also something that Amber ordered?
No, she didn't order it. But because she didn't order any vegetables, I thought I'd throw in a salad on the house. You know, to contrast all the meat dishes.
Okay, cool.
So, we clearly didn't order this, yet you prepared it without authorization. Mark my words, this transgression will not go unnoticed.
Kind of weird for a restaurant to do that, yeah, but I mean, it's also very cool.
Take revenge on her for giving us a free salad?
Yeah.
You should know me by now. That's the kind of villainous character I am.
Oh, does she actually know her?
Well then, please wait a moment while I get the dish for your uncle started.
Delicious unauthorized delicacies. Sarah will pay for this.
You don't actually mean that. Also, it's kind of funny that the gift is just some sort of ordinary meal. It goes to show that you can, I guess, convince everybody with good food, right? That's certainly a thing most humans tend to like and be impressed by. Official skin was free as well. It's still weird to me that that only so few skins exist, and then they even gave them out for free at a certain point. Certainly a very unique way of doing that. I appreciate that.
Why would you choose gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut as a gift for your uncle? Hyman's never even heard that dish before.
This dish isn't actually on Good Hunter's menu. Only long-standing patrons such as my uncle would know about the dish. The old aristocrats seem to take a liking to it.
I mean, it's a good meal.
Because of the sour flavor of the sauerkraut, not too many people are fond of it these days. I guess it's become less popular over time.
That is actually true.
Eula treated me to the dish once, and I couldn't even finish a bite. I've nicknamed it gebratenes Fleisch mit Vengeance ever since. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I did much like sauerkraut when I was young as well.
I never expected us to have such completely different tastes in food. If I weren't in such a good mood, I'd say that constitutes grounds for transgression.
Then again, it's very much dependent on how you make it. It's a sort of thing where, you know, especially if you buy it sort of cheap from like a supermarket, it just generally tends to taste worse or just not as inviting, I guess you could say, compared to when you make it fresh.
Of course not. It's hard to find someone in Mondstadt that attracts contempt as much as she does.
Wait, repaying people with what they've done? That actually makes a weird way of, like, makes a whole lot of sense in her weird way. Still sort of very childish behavior, but I get the point.
It's fine when you're just joking between us, but I'm afraid our honorary knight might misunderstand you. Eula's always talking about vengeance, but that's just how she is. It's nothing you should take too seriously.
Yeah, I already figured.
But I am serious, and I'll remember every transgression committed against me. Ugh, it's no wonder so many people dislike you.
Hey, that's not very nice to say.
Paimon's starting to realize that Eula is actually a very good person. There's no need to be so awkward when you want to say something nice.
Yeah, Paimon's really got a point there.
Listen, you've never been labeled as a social pariah, have you?
Yeah, but don't you understand that your behavior doesn't really help that?
Well, no?
Well, technically, Paimon, you have been multiple times, it's just that you're too oblivious to notice.
So that's why you wouldn't understand how hard it is for a bad person to try to be good. It's impossible for me, and I have no intention of acting like a good person.
Yeah, weird but understandable.
Alright, no need to look so sullen. I'm just kidding. Come on, let's eat. The food is getting cold.
Oh, I'm stuffed. I'll see Sarah about the bill.
No need. I've left the mora under the plate. If you try to settle it with her in person, she won't accept payment for the salad. Don't underestimate my ability to exact revenge. Sarah won't get the upper hand this time.
Well...
Alright, next you should pay my uncle a visit. He has a small camp at the top of the mountain near Springvale. He usually whiles his time away there when there's nothing else to do.
Does he even have anything to do? I guess he still has to have to make some money somehow, right? Well, I guess she's kind of starting to grow on me. Still a weird beat, like, well, whatever.
I'm afraid that wouldn't be very convenient for me. It'd be better if you two went alone.
Probably also wouldn't really help us much either, because if they don't like her very much, then...
Ah, yes. Please do remember to pick up the dish from Sarah.
I still have more recon to do in the wilderness. Well, until next time.
Let's meet again. What an interesting bunch you are.
Likewise. Alright. Do we actually get the recipe as well?
Here, the Gebratinous Fleischmitz sauerkraut is ready to go. Be sure to eat it while it's hot, otherwise the flavor will be spoiled.
I do very much wonder, though, why they are so insistent on not translating that. I get this weird fixation with other languages that some Asian countries have, but it's still very funny to me.
Don't
I don't
worry
know.
too much when Eula says strange things. She's actually a very good person.
Paimon's been meaning to ask. No one could stand the sight of Eula when she was trying to speak with the others in Mondstadt earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, she was demonstrating her weird family traditions, right? It's not how she usually interacts with people, I'd assume.
But she seemed to get along fine with you and Amber just now. What's up with that?
The people of Mondstadt don't take kindly to anyone bearing the Lawrence name. They are unable to see past her family, therefore they don't actually see Eula for herself. So no matter what Eula tries to do, it's seen as a wrongdoing. It essentially strips the meaning of anything she tries to accomplish.
It's a little bit of a weird way how they've set up this quest. Because they're kind of undermining the whole message of, oh, everybody dislikes her, because they then introduce her as demonstrating her awkward family traditions. Like, obviously people wouldn't like that, right? So would have actually made way more sense to instead I don't know, just have a random person walk by and just insult her or something. That would have shown would have shown the dislike that people have towards her family way better than this kind of awkward demonstration of family stuff that they did here. I mean, I get what they were trying to do, but it was just... You could have done the same thing in, like, way less time, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I get it.
How come you're able to see Eula differently then?
Well, when she joined the Knights of Favonius, it caused quite an uproar. Many people signed a petition demanding that the Knights reverse their decision. At the same time, numerous members of the Lawrence clan crowded the entrance of the Knights of Favonius headquarters, clamoring for Eula to give an explanation.
Whoa, so both sides were unhappy.
Yeah, obviously.
That's right. So you can imagine how determined Eula must have been under such circumstances. But thanks to Grandmaster Varka and the unwavering attitudes of others in the Knights of Favonius, they were able to quell the unrest. Tensions still remain beneath the surface, I'm afraid. In the eyes of the people, she's a stain on the Knights of Favonius, and in the eyes of the Lawrence clan, she's a disgrace to her family. But she simply fulfills her duty as a knight, silently helping one person after another, myself included. People like Eula should be approached with care and understanding. She could stand to be treated a little more fairly.
I mean, at least it's good that you're able to understand her.
I believe a day will come when things will get better.
Once everything's settled, we should go talk to Eula again. Paimon thinks we know how to communicate with her now.
Yeah, I find it weird that they're not, like, translating stuff. That's such an oddly specific Asian thing to do in games. I mean, it's usually Japanese games that do that. They have a weird fixation with the German language. It just, as somebody who can speak German, it's just very, very weird. Because you usually don't do that, right? I mean, it depends. I guess sometimes it also happens with other languages. Spanish, for example, right? They sometimes, or French as well, they sometimes just have weird phrases and words sort of used as, names for meals, especially.
I'm glad. I think that would make her very happy, though she might not ever admit it.
And then again, obviously, we also use a bunch of English meal names for a lot of stuff, right? Or rather, a lot of countries are using English meal names. It's understandable, still sounds weird though, in context. Especially since I think those kinds of, sauerkraut maybe not, but I mean, you could say roasted meat with sauerkraut, right? Why not translate at least the first part? I don't know. She was broken physical DPS in the game. It's actually interesting though. So did they nerf her at some point? Because I feel like they wouldn't do that. I do remember there was a discussion about that when was it?
Is there time for a quick snack?
I feel like there was also another character that was pretty OP when the game originally released, and people were like discussing if they should nerf it, and they like never nerfed it, but just brought other things up instead. I think that's how they did it. I've actually been to Springwell a bunch of times already. Never noticed like a big aristocratic house or something here. More mushrooms. Yeah, that's probably how they're doing things. I mean, it does make sense for a game like this to have new characters be more powerful than the old ones, I guess. Right? Because otherwise you maybe wouldn't be as inclined to get them. Oh. Just has a tent with some books? That's a very interesting way of spending your time, I guess. Why not?
The tent seems to be pretty tattered, but there's a really fancy chair.
Is there really that much power creep in the game? Because, I mean, I'm only using characters from, like, that were available pretty much from the start of the game, and it seems to be going fine. I mean, I'm obviously not at adventure rank 60, and, like, what's the highest word level? 8? Or something? But still doesn't really seem to be necessary, I guess. Wait, was he really considered OP? I don't actually remember that. I mean, I know that he was pretty good, but it just seemed sort of on par with other characters. I mean, he was also kind of the only really hard-hitting DPS character in terms of what he could do, right? From the, like, 5-star characters that originally released. I mean, that's always a bit of a... I guess it's a good thing of this game being mostly single player in a way, right? I mean, obviously you can play the multiplayer, but it's not like a game that requires super tight balance on characters or anything.
Could this be another aristocratic custom?
Ah, it's you again. I thought I had rid myself of you two.
Please, if I may be so bold as to say a few humble words.
A few humble words, huh? Yes, that sounds appropriate enough.
Oh, well, he's easy to convince.
Very well. I'm certainly not one to be narrow-minded. I'll overlook your previous misconduct for now and listen to what you have to say.
Whoa, alright. I didn't expect that to be this easy.
Wow, this guy thinks so highly of himself.
Before I go further, I wish to express my will of resistance. Okay. Alright, these are two really weird choices. It's an honor to stand before you here, immersed in your supreme brilliance. That sounds too much even by their aristocratic standards. But let's go with it anyways.
It appears I have misjudged you. Supreme brilliance. The glory of the nobility that continues to this day. A true loyalist.
Alright, so you've seen us like an hour ago talking to you, having absolutely no idea who aristocrats were in Mondstadt, nor who you were, nor how to speak to you properly. We come to you an hour later, let's suppose a day later in game, and like talking out of our ass in this aristocratic behavior, and you just, oh yeah, sure, you've come around. Like, I guess he's not very bright, is he?
Impressive. My intentions were to test your humility. It appears you have become well versed in our etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he was testing us. Sheesh, what an ordeal.
Your conduct is satisfactory. I must say, such progress in such a short time is practically unfathomable.
Really?
If I may ask, From whence did you learn such a civilized manner of speech?
You know, I read a book once in my life, or a couple times. I refined my conduct with some instruction in the classics, courtesy of a dear friend.
Ah, good. Very good. You are bright, and compared with the common folk of Mondstadt, you certainly have potential. If you were of aristocratic blood, your prospects would be promising indeed.
Well, then again, I guess I have to remember that this is more modeled after a medieval city, so most people probably wouldn't even have access to books. Then again,
By the way, we brought a gift. Paimon means we would like to present you with a small token of our goodwill.
Is it even still warm?
Could this be gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut? It's evident that your sentiment is genuine. As a young person nowadays, only with no small effort could you achieve such a dish.
If he only knew, huh?
It's been so long since I dug into a big, tasty... I beg your pardon. What I mean to say is, since it's nearly mealtime, I shall partake.
Okay. Schubert relishes in the gebratenes Fleisch mit Sauerkraut.
This aroma, just as I remember it. And this exquisite sour flavor. A delicacy that only us noblemen and women could appreciate.
I still find it funny that they are, because pretty sure that it's like a pretty sort of common, or was a pretty common thing. Well, obviously meat maybe wouldn't have been so common for everybody, but it's a very sort of hearty dish that I think is very much more for common folk and not for noble people. So it's kind of funny that they're describing it that way, but yeah.
Now even Paimon's starting to wonder what it tastes like.
I acknowledge your genuine goodwill. Such sincerity must certainly imply that you come bearing a request.
It seems there's word that the Lawrence family has a grand scheme of sorts. That doesn't really sound very aristocratic.
Wait, so you've come to know of this, too? It was meant to be a family secret.
Wait, what? Isn't your plan to bring back the nobility? Or what? Doesn't everybody know that? I would like to do what I can for the nobility.
Well, considering your meticulous etiquette, you must be a talent of unusual fortitude. I'm willing to place my full trust in you.
I've only met you for the second time, and the first time I was really, really disinclined with your conduct, but of course, now you have my full trust with our most innermost secrets of our family.
Please,
okay.
Come with me. We happen to be in need of competent fellows like yourself.
Guess you really must be impressed with our speech, huh?
To see some friends from a distant land. They have offered their assistance in restoring the Lawrence clan to its former glory.
This would have worked so much better if they wouldn't have introduced us to him personally. Why not? Would have been so much better if Jean had just said, oh yeah, observe him, from a distance or something, and we would have seen him, degrading some poor person in town, right? They also just could have cut the entire thing with Eula and her weird demonstrations. I feel like that would have made much more sense. Because now it just seems weird that he immediately trusts us, right? Whereas otherwise we could have pretended to actually be part of some sort of noble family from a distant land ourselves. if we hadn't introduced us to him earlier. Oh, well, I do appreciate you scrolling. I guess the directory is pretty popular still, right? Thanks for the follow, by the way.
So he trusts us solely based on your etiquette.
I don't know, I think we need to be
Well
careful.
then, let's get going, shall we? You'll understand everything in due course.
Maybe I also misinterpreted and he...
Do you think his friends are the Fatui?
Probably.
Things will get sticky if the Fatui happen to recognize you. What should we do?
We just killed them. That's what we always do, right? I mean, maybe he thinks, or maybe he's like overconfident in the ability of his friends to be able to see whether or not we're actually, you know, dangerous to him or not. Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here?
Forth, my blade.
Nice and spicy. Go as one.
Spirit blade. Attack.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Oh, oopsie. It's actually hitting the tree on accident. Though I guess I still need a bunch more materials for my Serenity Pot as well. Oh. Wait, we're just straight up entering a dungeon? Okay. After winning Schubert's trust, he has decided to take you to see his friends from a distant land. The Fatui may be skulking within, so make sure to be fully prepared before stepping forward to investigate. I guess... maybe he doesn't actually trust us. I can still choose my party later, right? Yeah. So they recommend... What did it say? Ice and water? Do I want to replace Chengling? Maybe? Let's just put him into the party. Even though I've not really properly leveled his artifacts and whatnot, but should be fine. Hopefully. I mean, it did look like some sort of fire dungeon thing.
Why have you put on a mask all of a sudden?
Yeah, we're not recognizable at all. This will surely completely, you know, distract the Fatui. It is only proper for aristocrats to wear a mask.
Even if they are powerful, our status is much higher than theirs in the land of Mondstadt. And therefore we shouldn't allow them to admire our true faces so easily. I see.
God, he really isn't the brightest person, right?
Paimon thought for sure they'd recognize us.
Let's proceed, shall we? I'll introduce you as my guest.
Yeah, this is probably going to be
As you'll see
weird.
in a moment, there are many already helping us. I heard that this area had already been purged once by the Knights of Favonius, but it's the only place around Mondstadt that is well concealed and spacious enough.
I was gonna say, I feel like I was here before.
And does not suit the tastes of the nobility. We simply have to make do for now.
Might just be that they put another dungeon here, though.
Can we walk any faster?
Of course not. An aristocrat always moves with grace in his steps. Moving hurriedly is unacceptable.
What was that? Oh, they actually don't allow you to run. Interesting. What's that weird sound? It looks kind of weird how Jean is always just looking over to him. Kinda. I'm trying to remember if I...
As expected.
Was in this...
Because we always see them around the city. They must be very powerful.
Good save, Paimon.
Huh. Nothing more than foreign ruffians with power and the ability to flaunt it. But they are favorable business partners.
Hold it right there! Who's this?
That was weird. So he's just talking about them like they're not even here, but they're standing like 2 meters next to him.
If you really must know, they're my guests. If you happen to offend them in even the slightest, then you will be held accountable by the Lawrence clan.
Why did the Fatui even bother with this weird clan? I guess they kind of would just want to sow sort of unrest in the city, but still...
But this matter is of utmost secrecy. We must exercise caution.
You dare question the ways of a nobleman? I don't have time for this. Make way.
No need to sound all high and mighty like that. Fine. You may proceed.
But you're with us. They don't dare to question you.
Of course. That is the benefit of prestige. In past times, it would be a dire offense to speak to a nobleman in such a manner. We could determine a person's fate with the blink of an eye.
Yeah, you told us that already.
Such glory will return to me again before long.
I guess we'll have to fight our way back out at some point? Probably?
Where have I seen this person before?
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
And who, may I ask, is this? We mustn't bring just anyone in here.
Sergei, do we meet this person at some point in the past? I mean, we've met quite a lot of Fatui, especially in Liyue, so...
This is our new ally that I've recently met. They are completely trustworthy. You have the word of the Lawrence clan.
It is a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Our plans are strictly confidential. It's not wise to bring in an outsider at this time.
Yeah.
Furthermore,
whatever.
There's been word that an outlander who joined the Knights of Favonius has been very active in Mondstadt recently.
Has there now?
Don't be ridiculous. Besides, my guest is well versed in the etiquette of the nobility. I must treat them with the proper mutual respect.
I mean, even if they shut themselves off from the quote-unquote common folk, how would he not know about the outsider that helped defeat the big dragon baddie in town?
The Knights of Favonius pay no regard to such details. They could never understand the intricacies of our etiquette.
And what about this thing?
You mean Paimon?
Enough! You dare question my word? Need I remind you who it is who has made your activity in Mondstadt possible? Without the support of the Lawrence clan, you would have all been driven out by the Knights of Favonius like dogs. You must immediately offer your sincerest apologies to my friend. You've offended their honor.
Fine. I'll take your word and make no further inquiries. Now, to the matter at hand. Did you bring the diagram of Mondstadt's defenses as promised?
Oh ho. Now we're getting to the interesting part, huh?
Oh, so that's what's going on here.
Yes, of course. Here it is.
Let me see. Why is it so poorly drawn? Everything's so squiggly and crooked. And what is this shape supposed to be?
Excuse me? I'll have you know that I went to great lengths to carefully draw this map by hand myself.
Guess Schubert's not really an artist, is he?
That shape is the symbol of the Knights of Favonius.
I see. Crude, but I can make do. Are you able to verify that this is all reliable information?
I mean, he lives in the city, right?
Of course, you needn't worry about that. Don't forget what we agreed upon. The flag of the Lawrence clan will fly above the Knights of Favonius headquarters. The rights to that building, as well as the whole of Mondstadt, belong to the Lawrence clan.
Yes, we will both profit from this agreement. There's no use haggling over the details. We will make good use of the intel you provided. Also, be certain not to divulge our identity. There would be diplomatic consequences, you know.
Don't worry, this matter is only between you and I. And my new friend here.
Who I met a
No
day
one
ago.
else will know of it.
Sure, buddy.
Once this is over, I shall stand atop the Favonius headquarters and rebuke their pathetic rule over Mondstadt. Then, the city and all its people will once again be under the rightful and unwavering rule of the Lawrence clan. Perfect. Just as it once was, and just as it should be.
Yeah. You and me both, buddy. No wonder they've never been able to get their rule back if this is who they have to do that.
May I remind you once again that we mustn't act rashly. That is all. For now.
At least they do acknowledge how incredibly dumb his plan is, right? Or his line of thinking. It's not really a plan at all, right? So, because I was kind of worried there for a second that they actually thought this was like a...
Very well.
Huh? What are you doing?
What? Why now? The fuck? Just keep up appearances, get a couple Knights of Favonius in here, and just get rid of the whole... I guess we do it ourselves.
That's right! It's the honorary knight and their trusty companion, Paimon!
Who already gave away her name, by the way.
Into dust! Dust!
Took away my mask. I look exactly the same without it, but apparently you didn't notice. I think they got the message.
So this was all just a ploy to deceive me!
Duh.
It's your own fault! Who would put so much trust in someone based purely on their manners?
Especially someone they saw a day ago not having any manners at all. Oh
After
boy.
so much planning, this is how it ends? Huh? We'll see about that.
What planning? What was your plan? Like make a children's drawing of the city and give it to the Fatui?
I knew I should have never trusted these foolish aristocrats.
Yeah, you shouldn't have.
No matter. We already have the intel we need. Get them!
Alright.
Off in different directions.
Are they?
Paimon remembers that this place is a dead end. Let's take care of the Fatui first and then deal with Schubert later.
Let's end this quickly.
I think the problem why I never really liked Child as a character is that you kind of can't really switch off of him once you activate his super ability, right? Because then he only has his bow, yeah, until the cooldowns back up.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
We've only just begun. No rest for the wicked.
Oh, I should also re-equip my rations.
I'm fine.
What? Huh? Didn't he literally hit in the other direction? Oh well, whatever. I don't remember his hitboxes being that weird.
By royal decree.
From whence you came, I slipped up. Tidal wave. Let's end this quickly.
One with my blood.
Oz, reveal.
Yeah.
Door is open. Let's go.
Wait! Are you freaking serious? Why can't I even walk that way? I think I should have just stuck to my original party, to be honest. Oh yeah, but let me re-equip this one. Oh.
Is that Eula?
Is there like a time limit here? I don't think so, right?
Don't touch me! Get out of my way! I'll leave on my own!
It seems we finally caught up with you. This place is crawling with Fatui. Oh, it's you. It seems your investigation went well.
I mean, it wasn't really difficult. Things progressed much faster than we anticipated.
Aha! I see now. So you're the one that taught them our etiquette. And I thought you despised such pleasantries. Furthermore, there is a rule in our family. Such traditions are never to be taught to outsiders.
Ah yes, rings a bell. So what? I had no reason not to teach them.
You have brought shame to our family and ruined my plans. It's all for naught now.
I know that you poured great efforts into these plans, Uncle.
Okay.
But you were well aware that it was not the right thing to do. As a Knight of Favonius, I could not overlook your actions.
Knight of Favonius? Let's get one thing straight. I am your uncle, and you are a member of the Lawrence clan. You should strive to restore your family's glory. You still have a chance. Defeat every Knight of Favonius here, and leave with me. Then I shall plead with the family to spare you, and give you a new beginning.
So just to be clear, you want a Knight of Favonius to attack the Knights of Favonius?
I shall say this one last time. You are not a Knight of Favonius. You are a descendant of the Lawrence clan.
Can we shut him up already?
The blood of the Lawrence clan flows in your veins. You must comply with the will of the family.
Since when have I ever complied with the will of the family?
Yeah.
Why, you unruly maid!
Is that his greatest insult? You unruly maid! You're not part of my family, you're my servant. That's the greatest insult that I can think of.
If anyone should be angry, it should be me. As a member of the Lawrence clan, you knowingly plotted against the city of Mondstadt and threatened its safety. Had you ever stopped to consider the trouble it would bring to so many people? Had you considered how many enemies you would make trying to keep the plans under wraps?
You dare lecture me?
That's right. In the name of the family that you so dearly revere, Uncle Schubert. I've never experienced the age of glory you always speak of. And I've never understood our family's incessant pursuit of it.
Well, neither did he, apparently, if it was 300 years ago. I don't know what he's up to, like...
But I am capable of discerning right from wrong. And I deeply understand what freedom means to the people of Mondstadt. The Lawrence clan should never and will never become what you've dreamed it to be.
Oh, the disgrace of it all! How could such a rebellious monster emerge from our own family?
Things are starting to get pretty hysterical here. Politeness and elegance seem to have gone out the window.
That's enough fuss for today. You two, take him away. The honorary knight and I have other matters to attend to.
I actually can't believe that Paimon probably was the most intelligent character in this entire questline with her sort of observations.
Given that you've already taken action, I assume you've come across some conclusive evidence?
What evidence? The fact that there are like a billion Fatui walking around the place? Oh, yeah.
Paimon
The
took a peek at
diagram.
the diagram. Your uncle had mapped out all of the Knight's patrol routes and marked out key information about Mondstadt.
And there was me thinking that he was just another elder of the family. And a lazy one at that. I never suspected he could stoop this low. So stubborn. Mark my words, vengeance will be mine.
Don't the Fatui have an actual embassy in the city, though? I feel like they could conceivably gather a ton of that information themselves. And then again, I mean, maybe that would draw too much suspicion.
Let's discuss this later.
Yeah.
Our first priority is recovering that diagram.
Probably makes sense for them to try to get somebody else to do it. Oh, now we're going back. I was wondering about that. Oh, wait. Eula's with us now. Cool. Wait, is she cryo or water? She's cryo. Okay. Ooh. Can I destroy these things? Well, I can. Alright. I can temporarily deactivate them.
They're here! Stop them!
Ah, for fuck's sake, I didn't...
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt!
Not really, unfortunately. Man, I really need to get him more, like, stuff and level him up and whatnot.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
It just feels like such an underpowered character compared to my other ones.
Beg for mercy.
I like her animations. They're really well made. Really cool.
A touch of frost.
Crush.
I do need to heal though. In general, I feel like most of the Claymore wielding characters are pretty cool in how they work.
More speed. Flood of frost.
Twist and merciful. Spirit blade. Attack. You're mine.
I swear by my sword.
Beg for mercy.
Can I like hit them into the fire actually? Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate their frickin'...
More speed. Beg for mercy.
Wings of darkness.
Holy shit, how did that deal so much damage all of a sudden? Oh, I guess the Hydra is good against their shield though, right?
Barbados, guide us.
There's a bunch of these guys here though.
Shut up. Vengeance will be mine.
Split time.
Wait. Did he just die? How did I kill him so quickly? Did not expect that to happen. It's actually not really helping against the shield. I thought I was doing more actually. Can you stop like going to weird places?
Submit for judgment. Forward.
I swear by my sword.
Alright.
Of death.
How was I stuck in that position? There are even like these hydro stones here. And I really shouldn't have taken child. Wait, is this where I need to go?
Crush.
Oh, alright. I was gonna say. This is optional, or does it actually not lead anywhere? I guess this is closed. Okay. Huh.
More speed.
A little bit weird, actually, that they have these optional parts of the dungeon that aren't really doing anything. Well, I guess it's a nice backdrop. I don't know what to do with her character design. Like, in a way, she looks really cool, but I also feel like she looks fairly similar to a bunch of other characters that we've already seen.
I guess there's no other option but to fight. Can't hide. You dare provoke me. Fatui, come forth and dispose of them.
Blood of frost. Beg for mercy.
From whence you came.
Holy shit, he's really
Phantasmagoria.
taking a bunch of damage.
Wind, hear me.
Wait, where'd the other guy go?
I must collect myself.
Oh, yeah, that's the...
Crush.
Spirit blade. A riptide.
Where? Where's the... Oh, I guess the boss is just gone? Okay.
Odds revealed.
A touch of frost.
Man, I really dislike the freaking earth shield. That always takes so long to take back off.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
One with my blade.
Shudder. I swear by my sword.
Submit for judgment. You can run, but you can't hide. You're mine.
It also, like, the whole child thing always just seems so unspectacular, right? Because he comes in, like, he does this big, like, triangle super move, and then he's just standing there with a bow shooting at people. I don't know. I mean, if they're smarter than Schubert, then yeah, they probably have.
Without my uncle as their puppet, there'd be no use in them attacking the city.
Why? Didn't seem like they really cared that much for him.
The Fatui wouldn't have relied only on your uncle.
True. But if their plan had hinged purely on taking Mondstadt by force, as opposed to with the help of a puppet, they could have spared themselves the trouble.
Well, also, if, like, it shows patrol routes and whatnot, since we now know that they have this information, they can easily just change up the patrol routes, right?
The Fatui are dishonest, but they wouldn't go as far as to start an open war. Their opposition wouldn't just be Mondstadt alone.
Which does bring up the question what they originally wanted to do with these plans, right?
Anyway, I'll inform the acting Grand Master. She'll know how to handle things from here.
Why did you follow us?
Oh yeah, you suddenly appeared at just the right moment.
I mean, she also had other Knights of Favonius with her, right?
Yeah, about that. Because you stole my targets by attacking the Fatui I'd been tracking earlier. I came to exact my vengeance. You tried to do my job for me, and I'm here to return the favor.
Well, I was still here first, though, so it's kind of not the same situation, but let's not get into specifics, I guess. Guess we're even now, right?
Finally! After all this time, Paimon understands what you're saying! In reality, you sensed that something might happen to us during our investigation. You were worried about us and your uncle, so you brought a team to take a look.
My purpose was vengeance. Don't twist the story.
I really wish they wouldn't have done that with the whole vengeance thing. That is really, really hitting you over the head with it, right? I mean, just introduce that in a more subtle way. It would have made her character seem a lot smarter.
You don't look too bright, but it turns out you have a knack for scheming. And mark my words, I'll remember that.
Hey, what do you mean Paimon doesn't look too bright?
You have seeded a deep enmity between us. Just you wait. Even if you were to be completely destroyed, I would never forget you.
Mm-hmm.
Bring it on!
I like your fighting spirit. I'll take this diagram back to the Knights of Favonius and take it from here.
Sure. Well, see you around.
That you will. And make sure not to steal my targets next time.
Quest completed. To be continued. Is this actually already being continued, or is this... I guess we'll see. It does give quite a bit of experience, which is nice. Oh, hey. Didn't realize there were going to be other optional chests. Yeah. I wish they would have dealt with this quest in a slightly different way. Like, I really appreciate what they were trying to do, but it all just felt so... I don't know. Like, I don't want to criticize it too much, because I still enjoyed it, but it honestly did feel a little bit as if, like, it felt like sort of 8-year-old me in elementary school trying to write, like, a profound story, right? I mean, I'm not pretending that I could have written this kind of dialogue when I was 8 years old, but, you know, I get... That's just kind of the sense like you get from it, right? It's this sort of weird feeling of, oh, like, all of the characters in the questline were just really big idiots. And if there would have been any smart person there from the beginning, nothing would have ever happened, right? So, like, what do you make of that? Because I still like the theme of the quest, I like the idea behind it, and obviously I also like that, because we've heard about the Fatui trying to, like, attack Mondstadt, or in general, sort of, you know, creating unrest and chaos in the city, and trying to...
Exorcism uses thaumaturgy
especially
and martial
stop
arts to conquer
talking,
evil.
especially trying to get between the already established cities and whatnot. Like, we don't even really know about the bigger plans of the Fatui, so it's cool that they're bringing them back as antagonists, right? And showing that they're still scheming and doing their things, but yeah, all of the characters, and Eula as well, I do appreciate what they were trying to do with her, but it's sort of the same thing, right? No adult would talk like this. No adult would call it, oh, I'm enacting vengeance on you, right? That sounds like what a sort of misunderstood 15-year-old would say, right? It's just... And I don't even mind it that much. Like, it's almost like a typical anime, right? But it feels like sort of the baseline for what they had, right? The baseline for what this quest line could have been, and the whole idea behind it was much more interesting. And I really wish they would have,
Just sharpen my spear.
you know, I wish they would have just done more with it, or like in general. I don't know. It was still very much enjoyable. I feel like I'm like criticizing the game too much, but then at the same time, I guess it's the sort of feeling of I would have gotten way more enjoyment out of it if they had all actually been smart characters, right? Or not even smart, but just normal human beings. I don't know. It's a bit of a shame. They could have definitely done more with this.
I can't decide whether pyro slimes taste better with salt and pepper or garlic and herbs.
Anyways, though, as I said, I still enjoyed it. Does it actually continue? I mean, it could, right? It very well could. At some point. Is it considered... Oh, it's a Eula quest, right? Yeah. So it's this one. These are all on Act 1. I do like that they're sort of separate from one another as well, while at the same time still being part of sort of the grander plotline of the game. Because the good thing is, all of those sort of character quests being separate does mean that, you know, some of them can be better than others. Oh, well. 36 resin. Let's actually wait for 40, and I can do another one of these animal things. These quests do take a lot longer than you think they would. What is this? Traveler Observation Report. Princeps Cretaceous? Yeah, Cretaceous, right? Chapter, Act 1. Head for Albedo's campsite. After finding Albedo, Rosaria leaves on her own. Oh, I think I actually started this quest at some point. You chat with Albedo and discover the objective of his research: to use alchemy to cause a seed from another world to sprout and flourish. To better understand otherworldly life forms, Albedo states his desire to observe you and to perform some experiments in the process. I think didn't I already do some sort of weird experiments with this? I don't remember this being a thing.
Snow, remember, tend to your boots when we return.
Hello, buddy. It's been quite a while.
This is my campsite. I've added the materials we collected to the concoction.
Completely forgot about him.
While we are waiting, have a look over here.
Is he actually a playable character? All of them are, right?
My assistant Timaeus here is helping me with my research. I'm guessing you may have met in Mondstadt already.
We did indeed.
Hello! I've just gotten hold of the data from your experiment. The report is already up on the board there.
Whoa! Look at all the data! You got all these results from one slime battle?
You actually understand what's written there, Paimon?
I wouldn't call them results, inferences, and a few daring guesses, perhaps. I think the most rational direction would be to expound on the phylogenetic relationship between this traveler and the slimes.
These are weird answers, but whatever.
Consider, you don't have a vision, but you can manipulate elemental energy. The slimes don't have visions either, yet they too are able to manipulate the elements.
True.
Following this line of thought, I'm sure we'll be able to establish a basis in fact.
That actually sounds
Not
quite
bad for a
reasonable.
point of entry. But strictly speaking, slimes are elemental life forms. In other words, beings consisting entirely of the elements.
I like how he sounds so sort of... He doesn't sound bored, but really sort of... almost... like he can't be bothered to actually voice everything aloud.
A cryoregis vine, or even a wildflower might be a better analogy. But tracing back the phylogenetic relationships between plants and animals, you might have to trace back to the world's origins. In that sense, things might get difficult, don't you think?
Yes, sir. That sounds correct.
After all, we've got our primary data already. This traveler is a visitor from another world. If it turned out that he did have a phylogenetic relationship with this world... Now that really would be something, wouldn't it?
Ah, it would. Apologies. I was so excited to get the data. I'll slow down a bit next time.
What is this weird picture of a hilichurl back behind him? I don't remember that being part of the questline. Or maybe it was.
To complete our research, we'll need some more. I'll be conducting analysis here for the time being. If you're keen for an update, just come and find me.
Great. I'll leave you to it.
Great. I'll leave you to it. I actually really enjoy how he's speaking.
Looks like the potion's ready. I'll try a little first. If all goes well, I'll hand it over to you.
Alright.
In line with my expectations. Ready to drink. Remember to keep calm at all times, and breathe deeply if you feel unwell.
Drink the potion. Where is it? Oh, here.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Tasty?
Wait, that's it?
You've got a funny look on your face.
It's burning a bit?
You said you tried some already. You sure it was ready? What happened to him?
Oh, this was the result I was expecting. And a very positive one at that.
That my throat is burning slightly?
This potion channels elemental power into the body. Under normal circumstances, a repelling reaction is to be expected. But if the internal elemental flow is unimpeded, you'll only experience momentary discomfort. Once the flow is complete, there won't be any other effects.
So you knew you'd be sick and still drank some?
It was my own concoction, of course. Only natural for me to be the guinea pig.
Makes sense, yeah.
Perhaps it's just scholarly self-assurance, and it certainly speeds things up.
I mean, it's better than grabbing some random person and inserting them with the potion, that's for sure.
In conclusion, I'd say we have our conclusion. As far as elemental energy is concerned, you're no different from anyone else in this world. Nothing peculiar.
Aw, Paimon wanted something cooler to happen.
Then again, better an ordinary result than a peculiar result. Peculiar results have a tendency to be of the undesirable variety.
Feel like you're referring to something in particular.
The good thing about ordinary is that everything is an object of reference, and everyone understands you. People are the same. They can understand, empathize, encourage, and support one another. When you're sick, a doctor can diagnose you because they are you. When something goes wrong, You can ask people who've made the same mistake for their experience, because you are them. But a peculiar person, they don't have much recourse for the things we take for granted. The essence of their life is fundamentally different.
Wow. See, this is what I mean. Like, this is way better written than the quest we just did, right? Like, this is actually a profound thing you can think about. I mean, it's not necessarily a new thing, right? I mean, but it's interesting the way he's putting it, because, yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? When we're talking about, for example, people with certain disabilities, then more often than not, the issue is just that it's very hard to, like, even if you want to understand what kind of problems they're facing, sometimes it's really, really hard to not understand them. Like, if they really actually tell you their problems and tell you where they need help, if you're open to their suggestions, obviously you can, like, help them. But more often than not, what ends up happening is that other people sort of just say, oh, they probably need that, or they probably need that, right? And at the end of the day, that's actually not what they need, or not what they want, right? Because it's more often like, well, I wouldn't say more often than not. Thankfully, things have changed, but in general, there was definitely a tendency for a while to just sort of decide things sort of above their heads, and not actually consider or not actually talk to the people that are affected by a certain problem, right? And therefore the possible solutions to problems that they were facing never actually addressed the root cause of the issue, but rather were just a sort of band-aid fix, and, in a lot of situations didn't actually help that much. Yeah, it's a really, really interesting. I mean, it's sort of an obvious thing, yet at the same time, it is something that I think a lot of people very easily forget, right? If you're not directly affected by anything yourself. So it's this thing of, you have to sort of constantly remind yourself, okay, there might be a person who just, I'm not really thinking about their problems because I fundamentally can't sort of fathom what they might be going through, which is perfectly understandable, and nobody's blaming you for that. But it's important to sort of recognize that yourself, and say, oh, maybe, especially if you're, like, let's say, working for the city and deciding on, I don't know, some new walkways across the street or something, right? Then it's very important to sort of take a step back and recognize that, oh, maybe decision X, I actually am not capable of fully making that decision because I need to consider other people's needs, and I need to consider their sort of possible problems with it, right? And so that's sort of what it's about, right? Sort of recognizing, oh, there's this specific point where I can, with my experience, decide for most people, but not for all of them. And recognizing that, yes, you do need help, and you do need to consult other people in terms of addressing maybe the problems that they would be facing, right? And as I said, unfortunately, a lot of the times it feels like that's not really being done that way, right? Because people just assume, oh, everybody's just like me, right? It's a difficult topic.
For example, a human can't understand the life of a pyro-regisvine or an Eye of the Storm. Have I explained it clearly enough?
I think I'm getting it.
To sum up, this has been a positive outcome. Going forward, you can use your elemental power without fear.
Doesn't really help us in understanding where it came from, though.
Timaeus, the results of the new experiment are out. If you could see to collating them.
Just a moment, sir. I'll handle it. Oh, you gave me a lot to consider. Really stretched my limits. I'm thinking a lot clearer now. Oh, having you down as an animal wasn't very precise of me, but starting with the premise of an elemental life form, now that was...
Not bad. I think it's an interesting line of inquiry. Whatever the truth of the matter, I'd like your research at the fore as opposed to my judgment.
You can count on me, sir. I'll extract a result satisfactory to all.
Is he trying to join the Knights? He's starting to sound like a suck-up. What Paimon meant to say was, that's the spirit! Mr. Albedo, say something!
Before we can proceed with our research, I need to prepare something. Wait one moment. If you're interested, why not have a look around? It may help to pass the time.
Observe table. Okay. I'm actually a fan of their camp. Oh, there's a crafting table here as well. Observe shelf. A shelf packed with books and potions. Look like the owner has a habit of reading and researching potions simultaneously. Must have taken quite a bit of work to actually get this up the mountain. A board with some incomprehensible experimental reports stuck onto it. Still, you can tell that progress is being made in those experiments. How? If they're incomprehensible, how can you tell there's progress being made? What? Looks like an alchemy work table. Some potions and other apparatus are laid out here. Are these what Albedo uses to investigate the world? It wouldn't hurt to touch it, would it?
Here comes Albedo! Let's go see him!
I'm back. Did you see anything interesting?
Oh, I hate this, right? Why can't we just say, oh yeah, it looked very interesting? Like, either we can insult him, or we can pretend like we're an idiot. Cool. Your things aren't very organized.
Agreed. I'd love to find a moment to put them all in order. Still, experiments come first. Well, on with the research. There may be significant differences between different worlds. Take Tevat, for example. Here, those with visions can manipulate the elements. But worlds may well exist where only one person is able to do so, or even everyone. So, leaving elements to one side, do you possess any unique abilities? Ones that don't exist in this world?
I don't know.
I think answering this question calls for the same methodology as last time. In other words, time for the next experiment.
Am I battling slimes again?
No. You shan't be required to exert quite so much effort this time around. Now, see this pillar here? Use your willpower to try and break it.
Wait. Yeah, I don't think that'll work.
That was your best effort? Well, can't be helped, I suppose.
What's with the disappointment? Isn't that, like, impossible?
Have you tried using your elemental power with food? I don't mean for cooking as such. Rather, channeling your power into the ingredients themselves. I'm curious to see how the taste and texture respond. It may even help with proliferation.
Really don't quite understand what he's trying to accomplish here, but alright.
I suppose I have a curiosity for things that others find surprising. Anyway, why don't you cook us up a sunshine sprat? I've just finished preparing the recipe.
Cooking? Paimon was looking forward to more mad scientist stuff.
Yeah, I was kinda too.
Not only is this recipe a staple for me, it's also worth experimenting with and highly nutritious.
I mean, how would you determine anything though? There would have to be some really fundamental, actual physical change to the meal to determine that anything, it was anything that I did, right?
That does sound yummy, though. Okay, Paimon approves.
I'll save you, Finn or two.
Good buddies are always on the same page.
I'll leave you to it then. Looking forward to the results. If there's anything left over, maybe Timaeus can finish the last morsels.
Paimon doesn't think we'll have that problem. How are we gonna channel elemental power into the food? Maybe try the willpower thing again.
Did we even try something with willpower? We just stood there and said, nope, it doesn't work.
Let's just do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh, there is a cooking place here. I was gonna say, wait, don't we need like a place to actually cook it? Where are the recipes? Oh, there it is. I've discovered a new recipe. Can I actually cook it? Of course I can't. What the hell is it even? Sunshine, sunshine. I think I just don't see it. What? Wouldn't it also be a new thing? Oh, there it is. Wait, how the fuck did I not read that? Okay, I need butter and what's that, salt? Wait, how the heck do I have that much fish? 15, 45 butter and 15, let's see. What's the other thing? Well, that's salt, right? So I need to buy that myself, I think. Yeah, I think that's something that I just buy. Let's grab that real quick. I think I can also just buy some butter to make it faster. Oh, buy some salt. Should also buy some more milk, right? Because I'm actually using all the milk that I got. Just in case I need it again. Okay, the problem is that the butter really takes a long time. So let's... I didn't want to talk to you. I wanted to talk to you. I think I can buy like 3 pieces of butter right away. Yeah, just buy 3 butter. Sunshine Sprat. Wonder why it's not auto-selecting Noelle to do this. Alright.
Snow. Remember, tend to your boots when we return.
Such a... Huh, Snow. What an interesting comment.
That was fast. Looking forward to testing the results.
Sure, buddy.
An average outcome experimentally, but you've really brought out the flavor. You seem well versed in the science of gastronomy. As far as the proliferation hypothesis is concerned, we've come up short. Seems like food presents the same headaches in your world as it does ours.
Yeah, I mean, I cooked a bunch of food already. I probably could have told you that from the beginning.
Unless... Could it be that the natural laws of this world are limiting your unique abilities?
That's an interesting hypothesis.
We just didn't know how to channel elemental power into the food. It's a little more complicated than adding herbs and spices, you know.
Not to worry. At least we put some food to good use. No need to feel disheartened. And here's your portion. Enjoy. I can box it up if you like.
Woohoo! Thanks! Glad you were paying attention.
Not often that Paimon gets this much attention.
I can tell that you're good friends. Paimon was keeping an eye on you and your safety during the whole experiment.
She really?
Not that Paimon would have been able to do much if things had gone wrong. But anyway.
Yeah.
Hey! You were being nice a second ago!
I mean, that's true, though.
But you do have tasty recipes, so Paimon forgives you. And you're right, we are good friends. You have good friends too, right? Good students?
Yes. I'm fortunate too, I suppose. Anyway, moving on to the next experiment. There are all manner of alchemical items here. Keeping them in their proper place is a challenge at the best of times. A while ago, I had the misfortune of misplacing a batch.
So now we're supposed to just look for them?
I managed to retrieve the majority, but 2 vials have been evading me. Animal crystal fly elemental extract and electrohypostasis powder.
I thought we were doing experiments, and now I'm just your errand boy.
Paimon's barely finished eating, and you want us to go gathering again?
Don't worry if you can't locate them. I was planning to replace them anyway. Though finding them would save me the hassle. If you had, say, a superpower, like night vision or vibratory sensing, lost property would be a thing of the past.
Oh wait, we do have that.
I must have dropped them somewhere in the area where you were looking just now.
So, guess we'd better take a look.
There should be some elemental traces on the lost items.
Yeah, you could use elemental sight.
Yeah, true. I guess that is something that no other person does have. And it's probably some sort of weird experiment that he's trying to, come up with by making us look for these things.
This must be electrohypostasis powder.
I mean, it's literally still in his, camp.
The extract of an animo crystal fly can only be animo elemental energy, right? This has gotta be it.
Goodness. All right. You managed to find them. Incredible. 1,000 thanks. I'm wondering, this elemental sight, this is what allowed you to locate the items and find me here on the mountains, correct?
Oh, was that how we found him? Don't remember that.
Yep. Guess it does sort of count as a superpower, huh?
Unfortunately, though elemental sight is seldom seen, it is not unheard of in Teyvat.
Okay.
Only a never-before-seen otherworldly power would be of benefit to my research.
You mean, we failed again?
Don't be disheartened. This falls entirely within my expectations. Besides, getting these items back, I'd call this a very worthwhile experiment.
They were literally in your camp. I mean, where else would they be, I guess, but...
I have to commend your deduction that the items would contain elemental traces. Right then. Up until now, our research has focused on your otherworldly identity. Our research on your identity as one of us is just beginning.
How do I get off this train? Alright, with you to the end, I guess.
In essence, the differences between humans are reflected in our intellectual and physical capabilities. Let's start with physical. Looking out from where we're standing, can you see what Sucrose is doing?
What? What? How do you know she's even there?
And if you jumped from here and landed on that cliff, the one over there, could you see her then?
Nope.
So what about if you planted a single blow on the mountain face here, and it burst into 1,000,000 fragments? Then could you see her?
Sounds like we're still on the superpower test.
then I shouldn't get too excited. Still, we'll gain a more thorough understanding with an experiment.
Wait, what's your goal here? Are you trying to determine whether or not we have some sort of supervision?
I know of a location that will be perfect for a physical test. Please, follow me.
Still in one piece! Good thing the vial's so strong.
Really not sure what he's trying to get at next. Isn't Sokoros literally standing in Mondstadt next to the crafting table usually? Was he suggesting that we could see her from here? How would that work? Is that where I'm trying to get to? How the hell does he get up here? Alright. What now?
You want us to jump? From up here?
I mean, we have a glider.
Not necessarily. Not if you know of a better method, that is.
It's not very reassuring.
Whichever method you choose, the experiment will end when you reach the opposite shore of the lake. I will factor the time expended and your top speed into my comparative analysis.
The opposite side of the lake. So, we're gonna be swimming?
Without limitations, we complete tasks intuitively, using the method that seems most rational to us. Some of us would be unable to stand the icy waters. Others might find the whole thing rather refreshing. No matter what choice you make, it's all a part of the experiment. For me, every detail is invaluable to the research.
My kind of experiment.
Then if you would, please, I eagerly await the results.
Wait a minute! While we're busy testing, what exactly are you gonna be doing?
Me? Recording data, responding to
How are
risks,
we still talking to him, by the way?
Emotional support.
So if we do decide to go swimming, you gonna dive in with us?
No. Unless you're thinking of conducting competitive research?
Oh! Forget Paimon said anything.
Why are we even still talking to him while we're already going through the whole experiment? It just sounds kind of weird. Oh wait, how did you get here faster than us? What the hell?
Great work. I've never seen a performance quite like it. Your reputation precedes you, Traveler. The data shows that you're easily outperforming the average citizen in Mondstadt.
This whole quest line is just, oh, let's put every possible sort of gameplay scenario that we've ever had in a quest or in a puzzle into one quest line, isn't it?
But you followed us the whole way without breaking a sweat!
Me? Actually, I used alchemy to cheat a little. But anyway, if it turns out that the natural laws of Teyvat do not affect you, I should be able to make various inferences about the otherworldly civilization you belong to. If the natural laws of Teyvat do affect you, then I shall be able to make inferences into the kind of evolution that would occur under the absence of such effects. The innumerable possibilities that this could present, the captivating insights, it would be something to savor again and again.
But how does this help your research?
You've helped me to unravel many of the problems that were holding it back. When we return to the campsite, I should be able to show you something interesting.
What else have you researched this thoroughly?
I may be about to make some analogies between you and a few unusual specimens. I hope you won't be offended. Gold, petrified trees, a sun 8 times the size of our own. The essence of the investigative process is enthralling, but such feelings are inevitably fleeting in nature. I'm willing to pour all my energy into research, and yet specimens are finite. As the unknown transitions into the realm of scientific understanding, the feeling of enlightenment is lost. All these things that start out as objects of fascination end up possessing the prosaic mundanity of a sunsetia or a sweet flower. They cease to be noteworthy.
I mean, isn't that quite expected, though? I mean, it's very unlikely that you find something that is inherently unlikely.
Oh, so that's why you wanted to paint those hilly churros? Because you got to see something new and interesting and the differences between them?
Right, that's where the painting was from. I think that's how you find
To quote my exact
right?
words from earlier, these creatures are, for the most part, quite boring, not worth closer inspection. There is precious little about them that serves to pique my curiosity now.
So after all these experiments, are we gonna be, like, boring to you? Like some basic draft of a sketch?
Of course not. You have been of great assistance to me, and I will remember this friendship for a lifetime.
Okay.
Now, before we head back to the campsite, there's one more experiment. Intelligence. Follow me. There are some other ruins nearby.
Are we gonna do an actual puzzle, or...? It's interesting that this is actually sectioned off into multiple quests. Oh, okay, I see. Let's delete the pin then. Okay, well that solves the mystery of what these ruins are supposed to be about then. That is interesting though, that they, like the weird glowing letters are visible even when you're... Well, then again... I guess I had already started the quest line, right? Maybe they wouldn't have been there if I hadn't done that? Because it's definitely somewhat confusing to see these letters here and not really being able to interact with them if you don't know that it's part of this particular quest. Alright.
I imagine you must have encountered more than a few conundrums during your travels.
Indeed we have. Like this one, for example.
I'd like to observe your intelligence by means of a practical test of your capabilities, much as we did for the physical test.
Wouldn't a written test suffice?
I'd like you to explore these ruins and return with your findings.
Oh, he doesn't care for the question.
There are 2 puzzles located at the far ends of the ruins. After completion, you should be able to activate the mechanism in the center. As with the physical test, there are no restrictions. Everything you do is an action I wish to observe.
That is very cool, though. I like that the final test is an actual puzzle. I'm getting good at these.
A tried and tested adventurer, I see.
True indeed.
So, let's see you in action. Start wherever you like.
Okay. Let's see what kind of puzzle this actually is, then.
It's a complex environment, so proceed with caution.
Oh. Is there a third one somewhere? Alright. Let's try this. It should kind of work when they're opposite each other, right? Yeah, alright. Well, that was easy. Wait, is the other one the same?
Sealy like these are a common sight in the mountains. Returning them to their rightful places is up to you.
It's not actually a puzzle, though. I mean, the other one kind of was. A little bit.
Boba, get them! By royal decree! Go as one! Out of the frying pan, it's...
Nope, nope. Don't do that.
A touch of frost.
Nice and spicy.
Damn it.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Where's the second one? Oh, there you are. Seriously, why? It's like a perfectly... How can you not... You should be able to climb that. I feel like they're getting more restrictive in terms of what they allow you to climb. Maybe I'm also just getting unlucky. What is going on? Let me freaking climb up that thing. See, now it works. That was weird. Well, at least these things make you warm again. Seriously? How is this thing so much slower than they usually are? I feel like they're usually much faster than this.
It should now be possible to activate the central mechanism. Exactly what will happen when you do is something I'm looking forward to finding out.
Hey! Explaining things is Paimon's job!
Alright. As I was expecting. I mean, there was really only one thing that could have happened.
Seems that the water level has suddenly decreased. We should
Indeed
be able
it
to
has.
see what's...
Now we get this.
What's this?
I feel like I've seen this before.
To the best of my knowledge, these belong to a script of some kind. They can be found all over Teyvat, but they've never given up their secrets. There's still a lot to learn about them. And as for why they should ever have come to rest here, a true mystery.
Well, they're definitely connected to the round door that apparently leads to some sort of room with paintings in it.
Let me make a copy first. I'll make time to go over them in greater detail after our research.
Another thing for the don't understand list. Unsolvable mystery this, weird experiment that. It'd be nice to get some cool results for once. Seems like if you want the reward, you gotta pay the price.
Also true.
I've truly gained a lot from all this. Comparatively, the little reward I can offer is too small to mention. Let me return to the campsite first. By the time you get back, I may just have a fleeting miracle for you to witness.
Very much looking forward to it. Take it. I passed the intelligence test.
Kinda looking forward to seeing the results of all this brain ache. Unless you can think of anything better to do, let's head back to the campsite.
Not so fast.
Oh,
You're not
hello.
leaving until I'm convinced that nothing dangerous is going on here.
Completely forgot that she was also part of this quest line. What kind of danger is supposed to be going on here?
You didn't leave the mountain?
I most certainly did not. And I've witnessed everything that you and Albedo have been up to. I must say, you let your guards down. Or maybe you were drawn in by his compelling-sounding hypothesis and friendly demeanor.
He has ulterior motives.
Taking orders from a complete stranger? Drinking anonymous potions? participating in all kinds of strange experiments?
I mean, he did explain to us why he was doing it.
I'd sooner believe you were tricked than that you would be so naive. Or perhaps you were colluding from the beginning.
Colluding on what?
Sister Rosaria's guard's so high, she can't even see over the top of it.
That's actually a really funny analogy for that. I don't think he's a bad person.
It doesn't matter what you think. He could be a saint for all you know. But I understand him a little better than you, Outlander.
You do?
I'm only concerned with one thing. Whether his alchemy has transformed you into something more sinister.
I don't think he'd be capable of that, to be honest.
No way! Paimon would have sensed it. And anyway, he didn't even use any alchemy.
With an alchemist of his level, you wouldn't sense a thing. In any case, I'm not about to let a potential threat back into Mondstadt.
So, what are you gonna do?
Came here to be sure, so you must have your ways of assuring yourself.
I've got to hand it to you. You have your moments. If I can be sure that nothing you came into contact with is dangerous, that's good enough for me.
Well, I mean, I'm not, like, poisoned or anything. What the heck do you want?
I've investigated everything else. The only items left on the agenda are these symbols.
We didn't even touch them. And they've been here for, like, they weren't even part of this quest, really. They've always been here.
But we don't even know what they mean.
That much is true. Not to mention, seems like there's nothing more to them. But for insurance purposes, I'd better make a copy. This is now a location of interest. Regular patrols should be set up here.
Sure, knock yourself out.
Now then, all things considered, I deem that you pose no immediate threat.
Oh. How did you come to that conclusion all of a sudden?
Which is what I was hoping. I would have been one very unhappy sister if you'd made me work overtime on your account.
Overtime?
Before we go our separate ways, Outlander, a word of advice. Don't be so quick to trust Albedo, and don't repeat the same mistakes that you did this time. You made a lot of rash decisions today.
She's gone! So stubborn. Mondstadt doesn't have many people like that.
Maybe she's just sensitive?
Huh. Never mind her. Let's go see Albedo.
Is he actually suggesting that there is something more sinister going on with Albedo? Because if so, that would actually make him quite the compelling character. Hello.
You're back. Good timing. I've just about reached the conclusion. You took quite a while. Did you get held up on the way back?
Not really.
Time for the results. We got a myriad of data today, and it was very difficult to finish all the research in one go. But the integral preliminary conclusion that I can offer you is you're very much like a human from this world.
Okay.
You couldn't tell that just by looking? We spent all day working our butts off for that?
Please, I understand that this may have seemed self-evident to you, but in fact, nothing in this world should be taken for granted. Have you ever considered that the world of Teyvat may have a natural hostility to Outlanders?
Perhaps.
I mentioned the natural laws of this world. You're able to converse with me here without consequence, and nothing seems amiss. But it's arguably a small miracle. The only other life form that, like you, has come here from afar is the seed that I mentioned. Under the effects of Teyvat's natural laws, it isn't even able to sprout, let alone bloom.
It's interesting that they're actually putting so much attention on this whole us being almost an alien to this world kind of thing. That is actually the most compelling questline to me. I mean, obviously that's also how the whole game starts, right? Actually quite interested to see where that's going.
But after I observed you, I had another idea. Imitating you helped to inspire my alchemy. And so...
Oh, he was actually able to help his flower thing bloom?
It looks like something's appearing!
The transition from nothing into something, from shoot to stem, and now to fruition. Is not nurturing otherworldly life also nurturing the world itself?
Aww.
It was so short-lived.
It would seem that that's as far as we go. A transient bloom of incomparable beauty. Life's proudest achievement.
Paimon thought with all our efforts, it might have bloomed forever, and it didn't even have any fruit.
Life is a manifold tapestry of free entities. Its value shouldn't derive from how long it stays with us. Even a momentary burst is precious.
Right.
A short life can be well lived. A life lived efficiently, lived to perfection, is necessarily one unburdened by loneliness. So, do you understand what I meant about us conversing here arguably being a small miracle?
I wonder what they're getting at here. Like, maybe it's, funnily enough, even connected to sort of a seed. Like, maybe there's some sort of magical seed that this world sprouted from, but other worlds did too, right? And all the other worlds that we've visited are just sort of... They're different worlds, but worlds that stem from the same seed, and that makes it capable, or it makes us capable of, like, being part of this world in this particular way. Wonder how my sister is.
Things feel a little heavy right now. Don't be sad. You've got Paimon to look after you. Albedo, Paimon really wants to be your friend.
Thank you both. Even if dispelling loneliness is not essential for life, it certainly doesn't hurt. Your help inspired me to discover the means to make a flower bloom.
So I'm a helpful specimen?
I mean that the time I've spent traveling with you in the mountains was a valuable journey for me. In the future, if the need arises, can I solicit your help again?
Sure. Even if you just want some company, find me anytime.
Well, glad I can count on you. I made a point throughout of telling him how ordinary the results were. But what was that sediment I saw forming at the bottom of the vial? It should not have been there. What could it mean?
It looks, honestly quite a bit dangerous to me.
Those born of Earth are bound by its imperfections, but those born of chalk are free of impurities. You and I are alike, both composed of a substance that has yet to be fully defined. If, one day, I lose control, destroy Mondstadt, destroy everything.
The fuck is he getting at?
Can I rely on you to stop me?
Is he also from another world? What the hell was that about? That sounded very ominous. What the hell? Huh. I very much enjoyed this questline, though. Much more than Eula one, the Eula one. Because it was, well, first of all, it was asking some sort of profound questions, not necessarily like any innovative ones, or these are like profound questions that have always been asked, and they're sort of probably the first kind of things you typically would ask. But still, I mean, it was interesting how he worded them specifically, and the implications for the sort of overarching story I found quite interesting. I mean, there weren't really any sort of implications that we could derive from this, but at the same time, I don't know, I just found it very interesting that the game is actually drawing attention to that, right? Because for the longest time, it very much seemed, especially after the start of the game, like it takes a really, really long time before that subject even comes back up again. The fact that you're like from another world, and that your sister is here yet also doesn't really know what she's doing, and whatever else there might be, right? To that whole sort of overarching plot line. And so I find it really, really interesting that they're actually going back and addressing that, at least in a offhanded way, right? In general, like much, much more interesting quest than the other one. Anyways, let's defeat the wind thingy again. Gonna do the same party setup as last time. That was a pretty good one, actually.
Let's make haste.
So, Ningguang and Noelle.
As you wish.
I think this is sort of how I did it, right? Wait, let's just very quickly teleport here to heal. Sure. Let's just do that real quick. Oh, hello. I should really remember to just gather way more wood so that I don't have to, like, use other stuff for when I want to craft things in my Serenity plot. Sure. I probably have them anyway, right? Alright. Why not? Okay. Could have probably used the, what's it called? Like the treasure compass here as well. Potentially find more treasure chests, but I'll do that eventually. Really can't be bothered too much with that currently. Let me increase my attack. Should be fine. And animal resistance.
Leave it all to me. Out of the frying pan by royal decree.
Give up.
Time to clean up.
That's the thing that I hate the most about this, right? Is that it always takes so long to actually be able to do anything here.
It's nothing.
Submit. by royal decree.
Nope. Bring it back down. Thought I could. Oh yeah, I can.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Out of the frying pan. Steady as.
Give up.
Nice and spicy. Oz, reveal thyself.
Don't waste my time.
Alright.
I must leave no.
Now he's pulling them in, right? Yeah. This is probably the worst phase that they've done with this. Because it's kind of, I don't know, weird.
Boba, get them. Eat this. As a good knight should.
Oh, that's unfortunate. How were these three so close together? Wait, did it... what? Did I overlook one of them?
Out of the frying pan by royal decree. Steady as stone.
Alright. Perfect. Oh, let's see. 2, unfortunate. Means I have 5 now, so we'll need at least 4 other kills. Oh well. Alright. So I did a couple of these. It's going to be interesting. I think, so the one quest here that I just finished with Albedo was the one that I had already started back when I started the whole Dragon Spine thing, but didn't conclude. But these are all not started currently, I think. So that's going to be interesting to do them. I mean, as much as I didn't really like the whole Eula introduction quest, because that felt kind of weird, the rest I'm still thoroughly enjoying, honestly. What is it here? Let's end this whole thing in the Serenity Pod. Yeah, I mean, I still thoroughly enjoy the game, obviously. I do want to do all these quests. They do take quite a bit of time, though, which obviously is a good thing. Like, I very much enjoy that there is this much content to do.
Maybe you.
But obviously, I also want to get to the new stuff, right? Huh, these are actually already done. Did not realize that would be a thing. Alright, let's complete this one real quick. And this one. Nice. Trust rank 4.
We have put.
What do I get for that? Oh, rank bonus. Realm currency stored is increased to 1,200. Max realm bounty stored increased to 200. Max furnishing creation queue increased to 3. Teapot spirit transformation? The types of goods brought by the Teapot traveling salesman in this abode have been increased to 7. Max companions to the realm can host increased to 4. Wait, so what's the whole transform thing? I get another 10 of these? Holy shit. Not entirely sure what the whole transform thing was about. Huh. Weird. Guess let's just grab a couple more blueprints. Great furnishing. Oh, I should probably also, because I got a recipe, right? Yeah. These 3, and then apparently I also completed something here. Nice. Battle pass.
We have put in.
Let's create some more furnishings. Well, I mean, I have so many of these files. Oh, this requires 12. Can I still... Can I do 12 of these still? I think so, right? Oh, did the weekly conversions reset because I leveled up? Maybe. Let us put 2 things into the queue already, though. Let's put this into the queue. Let's put this into the queue. And then insta finish this one. And now this needs 6 pine wood. Wait. Oh. Fortunate. Ah, well, whatever. Let's create the table then.
If you ever...
Let's also place the new stuff. Let's maybe put it this way. It's starting to become like a small village or something, right? Yeah, let's just place that in front of the door, to be honest. Why not? They're in the main hall. Do I want to put somebody else? Let's put Barbara outside. Can she be here? Is that a thing? I guess she would only be able to stand, like... I mean, let's put her here. She can, like... She can spend some time with our realm guy thingy. What's he called? The bird person. Alright, let's put that here. Save changes. 6,320. I think that allows you to get the next rank, right?
We have
In terms of accumulation rate. Rank bonus. Yeah, elegant. It's actually quite easy to get to these thresholds, I feel like. Considering that I haven't really put in that many details. I mean, I've put in, like,
Someone needs assistance.
a couple of sort of big houses and whatnot, right? But nothing in terms of... you know, smaller details, I guess?
Hi there. Oh, seeing you so full of life puts my mind at rest.
How do you like it here?
Oh, I love it here. The scenery here is so different from Mondstadt's. I find it really refreshing. And here I can sing at the top of my voice without having to worry if I'm disturbing anyone. It's the best way to practice.
That's great.
Yeah. I'm just so happy that you invited me to come here. I think I'd like to stay here a little longer.
All right. Do I have some more stuff to place inside? Not really. A table, I guess. Oh no, what's this? Some sort of pot? Eh. Let's put that. Let's place it here for now. I do kind of wish that I would have more more things for the inside. Oh, that's a cooking pot. I didn't even realize. Whoopsie. But yeah, I kind of wish that I would have more stuff for the inside of the house. It does take a while to get...
Someone needs assistance.
Like, it's kind of weird that you get so many large buildings for the outside, yet you don't really get that much stuff for the inside. I mean, it also depends on, obviously, what you do. Like, I specifically chose the stuff. I could have chosen to just craft more of the smaller stuff first, I guess. But yeah, it's certainly a bit of a strange thing. Anyways, though, let's do this. Yeah, that's a beautiful picture for the end of the stream, isn't it? I don't know. Did I actually make a bunch of progress? I guess I sort of finished up with Dragonspine and the remaining quests that I still had to do there, right? And now I can finally venture on and do the character quest lines, and then hopefully also do the main quest lines that lead me into the new territories and whatnot, right? Which I'm actually really looking forward to. I mean, there's going to be a bunch more side quests and stuff as well, I guess. And once I actually get to the new territories, it'll probably also take an insane amount of time to, you know, not only get yourself sort of acquainted with the area, but, I mean, you have to unlock all the teleport points, right? You have to actually get there first, start the main quest that's in that area. And then also, there's going to be so many different, new places to explore, puzzles to solve, chests to find, right? That's probably going to be insane in terms of what I will be able to do there. So, yeah. Which is kind of why I want to finish up with these character storylines first as well, because that'll give me the possibility to just have other stuff out of the way, I suppose. Though in theory, it probably actually would make more sense to do the main story first, I guess. I don't really know. I'm just gonna slowly do whatever quests I have, right? And it's probably gonna take a long time. But that being said, I mean the game is really, really fun, and it's still a very good game. I just wish some of the quest lines, man, could really be better written. That is quite unfortunate because, as I said earlier, right, they usually have like a really, really interesting sort of outlook or a really interesting main theme or idea that they're built upon, but then they're not really doing much with it at all, right, usually. There are a couple of quests that do quite a bit more, and I would say in general the main story is definitely a lot more interesting, or has been a lot more interesting so far than sort of the side stories. But yeah, I just sometimes it's a bit too, I guess, childish for me in a couple of ways. And it's really just, I don't necessarily mind that, right? I mean, I watch, I don't know, Pixar movies. That's not the problem. The problem is that when you sort of set it all up to be something really, really interesting, like in that particular case with some infiltration that the Fatui are trying to do in Mondstadt, right? But then the actual thing that happens in the quest is that you meet a person that acts like she's 15, an adult that's a complete idiot. And yeah, it sort of ends up being this very unsatisfactory result, right? Even though the not because the way they actually handle it in the end is necessarily bad, but just because the potential was much, much higher for what could have been a very interesting quest line, right? Anyways, that being said, the rest of the game, I mean, it's an incredibly fun game. The biggest thing Genshin has going for it is that the core gameplay loop, like the basic gameplay and switching your characters and whatnot, is really, really fun. And the grinding part is actually pretty fun too, right? To get some resin from time to time and just go out and get a bunch of money or experience or upgrade materials for your character is just really fun, right? I mean, you're constantly making progress in some area, right? And yeah, I very much enjoy that. That being said, that's going to be it for today. Streams this week, since I have some weird IRL stuff going on, will probably be a little bit all over the place. 14 is definitely going to be returning on Thursday, which it technically is tomorrow because it just, got Wednesday where I live. But yeah, as for tomorrow, or that being said, Wednesday, I think I'm actually going to be streaming more Genshin, though I do eventually also want to go back to Divinity Original Sin and finish up with that, because I feel like I've taken way too long of a break from that game. But then again, yeah, I wanted to have something slightly different from 14, and Genshin just seemed like this perfect thing that I could just hop back into and enjoy without opening up another can of worms, like Outer Wilds or Disco Elysium would have been, while being absolutely fantastic games, I'm sure, they would have been a whole different story, right? And I just wanted to have something a little bit more casual, chill, and friendly going on. Anyways, that's going to be it for the stream. I appreciate everybody hanging out, chatting. It was a bunch of fun, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Have a great rest of your night, morning, day, evening, wherever you are. Bye-bye.